Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
I think that overall TSM is actually not that good of a team. I feel like that our mid and late game is superior.
NA is just greater than EU. Now it's a good time to like settle it for once.
Never look all by the TSM are there, and there's a quadra kill for Bjergsen.
Soren, you stole my penta? Are you trolling?
Now they're charging forward on the protocol. Corruption gets a massive knock, and they're able to clean house. North to the west, he ain't doing. Taking out TSM. Unicorns of Love. Who else to hand them their first loss?
We wanted to keep the tradition of UOL beating TSM.
Franchise history, I guess, TSM loses to Unicorns, so it's this time we'll make it back.
Welcome to the final here at Rift Rivals 2017. TSM and the Unicorns of Love have earned the right to represent their region, and tonight they will settle the score in this fight between the NA and EULCS. A lot of fans for both teams showing up at the studio today, as well as the Unicorns of Love. Who is that man in playing? I don't know who that is. And there is Exile taking to the stage. A big day for him. He wants to turn some heads and show that he is worthy of the title, and so does Doublelift, of course. Maybe he will be able to beat the Unicorns of Love with this TSM lineup. Good evening, everyone. I'm Eva Schogsupporter, joined here by Azale, Isaac Cummings Bentley, something like that, Andrew Verriesday, and Joshua Jat Leesman. A good desk and a good representation of both EU and NA, because if we take a look back on the results of the group stage and the past couple of days, North America was reigning supreme. 12 wins there and only 6 wins for the European teams. TSM's the best, Jat.
As expected, I mean, the record of the last year and a half was, what, 7-1 for North America? So 12-6, underperforming, one would say. Everything else done.
Maybe
no, this was surprising.
Getting better, you know? Maybe they're just finally being able to bring it to our North American overlords. But have to give credit to North America. They really have been stepping up this tournament. And some might consider EU to be a little bit underwhelming. But to me, I feel like that they've been playing how they were during the regular season of the EU LCS. And now they've just been exposed.
So they haven't been underperforming. They've just been figured out by the North American teams. And Azale, not just TSM, but even Phoenix One, who not a lot of people had expected a lot from, really carried their weight.
Yeah, they did. I think that a lot of these teams are showing some development, you know, bringing in some new young players. Obviously, a lot of hype around Mike Young, but the rest of the team played very well, too. It was a great event, I think, for Ryu, for Aero, for really the whole team.
And it's going to be a great final. We've got an action-filled best of 5 coming your way today between TSM and the Unicorns of Love. And remember that we also have a bot lane focus stream with Freak, Sven, and X Special. So be sure to check that out on watch.lolesports.com. If we had to summarize what we will see on that stream, what would it be?
Tier list for 3 hours.
Tier list? Well, that would actually be golden. But it will be very interesting indeed. And of course, we also want to know which plays you think deserve some time in the spotlight. Head over to Twitter and send us your big plays of the week at LOL Esports using the hashtag Rift Rivals 2017. And I think the two teams representing in the finals, they carry a lot of those big plays, UOL and TSM.
Yeah, I mean, I think XL has had a lot of lowlights in lane, but outside of lane,
why you got to bring it up?
Some pretty sick plays. I mean, you know, by the Baron fight, like against TSM last time, Visit Chachi and Exile with the Gnar Vladimir combo, like that was nuts.
But Bjergsen, that man, he's made a lot of solo plays himself. The game versus G2, the game versus UOL, like there have been a lot of impressive performances, and who can forget the legend Mike Young?
For sure, and there we also see the trophy that the two teams are fighting for. So we're going to take a closer look at today's matchup. The Unicorns of Love from EULCS are taking on TSM, where we see some highlights from the NA LCS champions, in this case over Fnatic. They had a 5-0 win streak, or well, actually 3 games in a row, that then got broken by the Unicorns of Love. So we can safely say they have been the best team in the group stage, but why exactly were they so good?
Yeah, well, I think one thing is the game they've been talking all split about trying to win with multiple styles. We actually got to see at Rift Rivals, they won twice with Galio mid, carrying through different lanes, but then were also still able to carry through mid lane with Syndra or Cassiopeia. So they were jack of all trades, but also pretty good at those trades at Rift Rivals.
That is also reflected if we look at the stats breakdown. We've been keeping an eye on EU versus NA in general, but if we look at TSM versus the Unicorns of Love, we do see that in terms of getting the early leads, getting the leads in general, getting the objectives and snowballing, TSM has been on point, Azael. And is this reminding you kind of when TSM was at their best form last year?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think they're not quite there yet, you know, not back to that Worlds form, but they have had massive improvements throughout the split, and I think this is the best form that they have been on throughout this split, so they're working towards that, and they're going to try to peak for Worlds.
On stats-wise, Unicorns of Love, they don't look very convincing. They're Vedius, but they've won a couple games. They're in the finals, so what have they been doing well?
Well, what we have been seeing is that when they are able to get themselves some comfort picks and they're able to play their style, that is when they really flourish. The fact that if they can have an even laning phase, if they don't fall too far behind during the early game like we saw against Cloud9, that is where this Unicorns of Love squad really can challenge some of the best from the North American teams.
Yeah, and their team fighting has to be pretty spectacular when they've gotten 2 of the 18 dragons in their games with an 11% Drake percentage. So they have lacked at a lot of things, but they have excelled and over-indexed on team fighting and late game, which has brought them some success.
A couple of, well, matchups that we want to look at. We have to look at the mid lane. We know that Exile has been hit or miss actually during the entire summer split and also in this tournament. He's going up against a very strong mid laner in Bjergsen. How much do we think Bjergsen is going to be able to exploit that mid lane?
I mean, honestly, I think he's going to be able to exploit it pretty heavily. I think that we've seen Exile struggle against pretty much everyone in this tournament. He's been struggling in the summer split. Bjergsen has been dominant, and I expect to see more of that. Exile needs to kind of almost accept the fact that he's going to lose lane, try to do it gracefully.
Yeah, and you see the 11 ISO deaths, which is 6th of 6. It's actually last place. It's a very polite way of saying it. That is a ton of times to die isolated
and
in mid lane.
5th isn't even close. Like, he has like more than double, I think, the next person.
And that is very true, right? And the reality is, like, you can't sugarcoat it. Bjergsen has by far and away been outperforming Exile on an individual level, but when it comes to a team basis, Exile has been able to step up when it counts. Like when he's able to get things like the Vladimir, when he gets champions like Cassin, he can have good performances, but Bjergsen is still going to be the man that I'm looking towards to really be that big playmaker that can outshine Exile.
And sadly for the Unicorns of Love, Exile has been part of that gold deficit that they rack up. They haven't had a single gold lead at 20 minutes in the tournament, but if we look at the top lane for them, Chachi is someone who is significantly ahead of his opponents in those games and has a good matchup versus Hanser here, so will that be able to tilt the matchup?
I think it could very well do. I'm so happy as a European fan to see Chachi be more consistent at this tournament because there are a lot of question marks around how will he be able to perform. And so far, he is ranked at the top for all top laners, and he's looking like one of, if not the best, at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he was the Spring Split MVP in Europe. I think he has been the best top laner in this tournament. I think his Gnar specifically has also been the standout champion for him. It's fairly new in the new meta here as far as it just getting buffed on patch 7.13. I think he has the best command over it, and if he can get Gnar in multiple games, I think that's one of UOL's best chances of winning.
We do have to remember, though, Hanser was actually able to solo kill him on the Kled against that Gnar, so Hanser still certainly can hold his own, but Vizicachi, I think, definitely has the edge from how he's performed this tournament.
If we take anything or everything rather into consideration, TSM seems to be the more well-rounded team that is able to have the objective control and the macro control, but Unicorns of Love have great team fighting. What does that make you think about how the final's gonna go? Who are you gonna give it to?
I think it's pretty heavily favored for TSM. I'm looking at them for a 3-1. I think the fact that everyone knows that they're looking for this late game team fight style from UOL, TSM can also draft for late game team fighting. And if you're falling massively behind at the start of every game, you're not going to be very successful in the later team fights.
Yeah, my brain has to say TSM, but my heart is going towards the Unicorns of Love. These guys, they always bring something special out. I don't want to call it cheese because it's so part of their style. And I think that they can bring out some unique picks and just get to those late game fights that could very well turn around. Now I'm going to give it 3-2 to the Unicorns.
I think the group stage told us a lot. I'm going to go TSM 3-1.
We'll see what happens, I hope, for some explosive matches. It is time to kick off the deciding fight here between the NA and EU LCS. But before we get into game, Biofrost tells us what a win here would mean for TSM.
You know, I don't remember the last time NA has won anything, so if we could win something, it would mean a lot, at least to the NA fans. And you know, coming into this tournament, people were like, okay, there's a real chance that, you know, in group stages, NA is just going to do really poorly because, first of all, they're flying to Europe and they're going to be jet-lagged. And, you know, that's honestly not the case, but I'm still jet-lagged. But, yeah, it's going to be really important for us to win this tournament just to show that, you know, NA, we're pushovers.
Well, NA showed up in the group stage. Let's see if they can do it in the final. Good evening, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry, joined in the final by Sam Kobe Hart McKenzie and Mod Martin DeFiscio Lunger. Gentlemen, NA versus EU, this is for all the marbles, for all the bragging rights.
Exactly. I mean, even though the group stages, North America did well, it all comes down to this.
I'm pretty sure it's just one BO5, right?
Oh, one BO5, that's it. Let's take a look at the players fighting in that BO5. Starting on the blue side, it is the Unicorns of Love. Team Solo mid, put them there. Visit Chachi in the top lane, Xerxes roaming the jungle, Exile in the mid lane, Samix and Hilly AD carry support, and the coach behind them, Sheepy.
And this is the best performing European team here at Rift Rivals. I actually think Unicorns of Love have been able to kind of play their own style. They've actually showed that it's successful in some of the games. Yes, some weaknesses in the early game, but I think actually they have something they can bring here.
Well, let's see if they can. Their opponents who are trying to stop that DeFiscio. TSM with Hornster in the top lane, Sven Skaren in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Double Lift and Biofrost, 80 carry support, and their coach, Path. Heavy favorites, heavy expectations based on the group stage performances, Kobe, and they've picked red side. So what does this mean setting us up for picks and bans?
So picks and bans, looking at it, we were definitely of the opinion that both of the teams are going to gravitate, especially in game number 1, towards these team fighting compositions, you know, some heavy CC, have those engagements. And I feel like the beginning of the match is kind of a game of chicken for, you know, whoever is going to back away from the 5-on-5 mid-game at like 20 minutes first is going to come out on the losing side.
Also looking at the pick and ban phase, I feel like Unicorns of Love have some key picks that you really want to target, where TSM is very well-rounded. You don't have to ban anything specifically. Maybe a Syndra ban could come in, but you look at that Gnar from Visichachi, Gragas from Xerxes, like some of these really big picks that TSM could technically just ban away here on red side.
And the key is, I think they should attack that front line rather than, oh, the scaling back line, right? You know, the team fight champions maybe of Exile or the Twitch of Samix there, much more, you know, successful in attacking the Gnar and the Gragas, as you said.
I really like this Galio ban here from Unicorns of Love because it actually allows them to pick Syndra if they want it here on this red side, blue side. TSM, obviously, you got to ban Zach Caitlyn. Samox is a Caitlyn player. He would have first picked it if it was open.
And we've seen EU teams have no idea how to deal with NA mid Galio. This group stage, there are only 2 champions that have featured 100% pick and ban ratio this tournament so far. Zach and Caitlyn, and they're the 2 bans from TSM.
Yeah, the thing is with the Galio ban as well, you know, it does take that kind of option away from TSM, but Double Lift has said, you know, this team has always defaulted back to Bjergsen on a high DPS AP mage from the mid lane, Double Lift on a scaling AD champion. He said that's what they'll default to when the games matter, when it's crunch time.
And I have to disagree with the Shen ban here. I think in a best of 5, you can actually leave it open and see if Chachi still wants to play it. I think the Gragas has been way more impactful for the Unicorns of Love, and obviously they're trading it right now for the Gnar, but also things like Thresh would have been open.
Yeah, we were actually having a pretty long discussion on what was more important to Unicorns, the Gragas or the Gnar. And in the end, because there have been some successful answers to Gnar on the top side, and I think there still are some that we haven't even seen yet, you know, possible pullouts, I think the Gragas really good first pick there.
So Unicorns of Love do not go for their mid laner here, meaning Bjergsen would have the option to go for like a Syndra and then remove things like that Vladimir from Exile to really dominate the mid lane for TSM.
But what they do go for is incredible hard engage here. So Unicorns, they are going to stick to that style. And if they do hit that point in the game where they want a team fight, Rakan is the guy to get it for you.
I mean, they had these champions against TSM last time where despite some issues in the early game, they got to that mid-game stage, they got to these big team fights and actually executed them very well.
Of course, Double Lift yesterday, some praise for Samix and Hillisang, saying that he wasn't expecting them to perform to the level that they have. Phase 1 is completed. It's a Braum lock-in for Biofrost.
So last time TSM, also in the first game, TSM played Unicorns of Love. We also saw the Braum come in early against the Xayah Rakan, and then Lucian was actually the pick for Double Lift just to get some mobility on the AD carry against all that hard engage. Might be the same here when they're actually saving that. Unicorns of Love, though, we're still also looking at that mid laner.
Yeah, and the thing is with that Lucian pick, I do like it for the lane phase, at least, before Rakan is using flash combo, you know, with the quickness and into the W, because you can just dash out of the knockup. However, once you get to the mid game, where Rakan is start using his flash to actually get those things off, then the mobility doesn't even matter, and he can still find the engages usually.
Well, we're jumping into phase 2, gentlemen. Top lane is already locked in for Hornster, so Chachi, Galio's banned away, Gnar's picked. He's run Irelia once this tournament, and we'll have to see what else he decides to play and whether he's going to do something a bit interesting.
Yeah, and the problem with those interesting, answers, almost all of the, 1v1 winning champions for NAR in the top side or matchups into NAR don't perform very well in the team fights. And NAR still performs in the team fights even against, if he lost the lane to something like an Aurelia or a Riven.
TSM actually banned Syndra on their own. Now, Exile in the past used to play her, but he wasn't like a huge, famous Syndra player in Europe. He was always much more about the Vladimirs and the Kassadins. So it's actually a very interesting ban here, obviously showing that TSM have something very specific in mind for the first pick here in the second phase, and they don't want to see Unicorns take the Syndra.
Or they could also, TSM could save the mid lane pick here for last pick for Bjergsen. He does have things like Zillion, that you don't want to early pick.
That's why, again, you can go for AD carry now, save counter pick for him, and maybe they didn't feel they had a good answer to a potential Syndra. Kassadin being banned away by the Unicorns in case they want to play LeBlanc, then Kassadin won't be the answer from Bjergsen. But now you banned the Kassadin, and well, then TSM just takes the LeBlanc instead.
And that means AD carries all that's left for Double Lift. We'll see what it decides to lock in. Unicorns of Love have to confirm their solo laners now. What's it going to be,
I was about to say Ryze here. As much as it hurts me to say that Ryze might be the answer, it is still a fine matchup against LeBlanc.
How did the Ryze go last time? I'll tell you, 0-8-4. It was a painful group stage. Unicorns of Love have a few seconds left.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence in this pick for Exile, but he has stuck to it. You have to give him that at least.
Yeah. He's committing. So top lane we're looking at right now for Chachi, or of course jungle, you can still put the Gragas top, and that seems to be what Unicorns wants to do here. This also means now you have a jungler that's not really going to help Exile too much in the mid lane. So if he's under pressure against a LeBlanc Kha'Zix, he's kind of left alone.
But I see scaling, I see team fight, I see quintessential Unicorns.
Yeah, it kind of is there. The scaling thing has me a little bit worried, just because maybe on the damage side, it won't quite be there as much. But the Ivern does bring so much protection that the Xayah, at least win that matchup, should probably be fine.
See Ashe coming in here for Double Lift. Has actually been very successful on this champion during the tournament, and I think it's a good champion against Unicorns of Love as well, where oftentimes you can actually catch them a little bit out of position, and using the arrow as the engage tool to then set up the rest of the team has worked for TSM before.
Yeah, and even though Double Lift, last time you saw it, you're like, oh my god, he hit like 6 arrows from lane phase over to mid lane. You don't even have to bank on that when you're taking this Ashe. It is more about the mid game and those engages, but the arrows towards mid and that extra pressure on mid is definitely a nice touch. And I think TSM will be going again with quite a few visits towards that mid lane.
Exactly, yeah, I almost feel bad now for Exile because he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Top lane with the Gragas coming in for Chachi, that's trying to be more of a safe lane for Unicorns of Love. And the Ivern, it is a bit hard for him to set up the same kind of camp we can see from other junglers.
Exactly. The Ivern, his protection around mid lane would be much more coming in to shield and, get vision, not really about turning around any sort of pressure. So even if Xerxes, does kind of hover around that mid lane, they're going to have their hands full.
I actually think also TSM are just very happy to see the Kassadin being banned by Unicorns. They're like, oh, you want LeBlanc and you ban the counter? Well, we just take LeBlanc now.
It did seem like they had a plan here for the last pick, and then as soon as they saw Kassadin banned, they're like, oh, never mind, we will take the LeBlanc, thank you.
Well, we'll find out who's going to perform better in game. You guys saw the team compositions. You know how to vote on Twitter. North America is leading the fan vote at the moment, and they're leading the expectation as we load up for Rift Rivals Finals. North America versus Europe. TSM taking on the Unicorns of Love. The Love Hurts crew doing battle with the TSM fans here in Berlin, Germany. It's all for bragging rights.
Let's see, first game here, Unicorns of Love. With a lot of the same champions we've seen during the tournament. We've seen a lot of Xayah from Samex and Hylissang in the bottom lane. Of course, the Exile Ryze once again, despite some of the issues with it. He actually did win one game. Let's see, mid lane. They're all spamming recall. Chachi, though, checking first.
I really do like, especially when you have Ivern, after the nerfs, if you're having that champion on your team going for these early invades to get some wards down, because especially against someone like Kha'Zix who can get early kills on Ivern if you mess up your route, if you go for one of these invades, the low health that Ivern actually gets now because the channeling camps take so much more can be dangerous in these isolated situations. And Svenskeren, as we already saw yesterday, had a very successful game on Kazakhs when snowballing.
Yeah, that's what he's going to try to do this game. If anybody wants to check out Freak, Xpecial, and Sven, taking a look at the bot lane specifically. This is, of course, the Zyra Khan into Ash Brom. Head over to watch.lolesports.com, and you'll see the stream on the drop-down. It's not going to be tier lists all day like Jat alluded to. Although that
probably
may feature,
get mentioned a few times.
That may feature, I'm sure. We've talked about Svenskeren and Xerxes in that matchup. Let's talk about some of the other lanes now. Chachi going to be under a little bit of pressure from this mini Gnar, at least early on, I feel like.
I mean, the thing about Gragas is before the first base, yes, you can get pushed down and the trades are not too easy for you, but then you go back to base and either you get like a Dark Seal, you start getting towards your Ninja Tappy, you're going to get, some armor early on, and then you're actually going to be fine in the lane, and it's just so much more about joining your team, which of course, with Chachi, you kind of see a bit of both. Sometimes you see the carries where he wants to be the guy who split pushes, other times he just picks for the team, so it's one of the good things about him as a player.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that when you are running Ivern, you don't have a tremendous amount of that early pressure coming from the jungle as well. So, the threat of that extra damage to help out in that top lane matchup and give you that extra little bit of threat isn't quite there. Ivern, especially now, does like to, go for those more full clears.
And what's so interesting about these two teams is just how different they've actually looked in terms of play style. With TSM, we've seen very good 1 to 20 minutes with like pressure around Bjergsen, good vision control, unleashing the support as well to roam early on, and they've actually been very clean.
The other thing about that and why they've looked so clean, oh, never mind.
Oh, double a very early flash there. Did not want to get caught up by the entrance.
Maybe scared that Xerxes could have been down there, otherwise you normally wouldn't flash.
Yeah, I was about to say the other reason, why they have looked so clean is because they have really done a good job at quickly identifying their points of the map where they have an advantage and then accentuating that, sending jungle pressure down there, sending roams down there from other people. But Double F there, you could tell, respecting that they had zero vision and the possibility that Ivern could have been there.
Funny enough, though, with the Unicorns of Love and their playstyle, we don't normally see them snowball the laning phase. We don't normally see Xerxes just spam ganking. We've actually only seen it on like Rek'Sai specifically, a champion he's not used this tournament. So it's been, of course, much more about late game team fighting. They tend to fall behind and then they have to claw their way back in and hope that the enemy team maybe doesn't set up a Baron properly or they push the mid lane too many times.
Well, let's see whether or not UOL can stay even instead of losing the early game. They've got a couple of challenges ahead of them if they want to make that happen. Because if UOL do go into the mid game on an even footing, this is a team composition that could do exceptionally well in those 5v5s.
Yeah, things like Ivern does extremely well against LeBlanc because she goes in, wants to poke that one target. Well, he has a shield from Ivern and that damage is not really relevant, and suddenly Bjergsen can't really carry a late game team fight. You do see right now some of that early warding we mentioned. They actually do spot Ivern on the way. Bjergsen is hovering to the top side, and a lot of praise to TSM in the early vision.
All right, Rune Prison comes out. Trigger Seed flashed away from. Not done yet! Bjergsen gives up first blood to Exile!
That was not supposed to happen. He even saw Xerxes near that Raptor camp, and I think he just disrespected the CC.
Yeah, where's the early flash there? Unicorns of Love are the ones that get this early advantage, and they get first blood.
Such a good start suddenly for Exile on Rise, also for the confidence in that mid lane against Bjergsen.
All right, a little bit of poke in this bottom lane. Nothing really follows after.
But even like Bjergsen could just walk towards the top lane and he would have been fine too.
Yeah, we saw completely different reactions. Double lift in the previous, move down bottom. Very quick with his flash, respecting the fact that Ivern could have been there. But here, Bjergsen, he gets hit with the Rune Prison, and even though he flashes away after that, no go there, goes down.
And he's going to be mad about that one, knowing how easily he could actually survive. Xerxes will find Svenskeren, or maybe the other way around, but he's one level down currently on the Ivern. Svenskeren's still waiting around. He didn't get spotted.
We'll find out how well they handle themselves as TSM still even on gold. Not a big difference in that first blood yet. UOL need to try snowball that. See if they can punish those flashless targets of TSM again.
I mean, definitely an option. Otherwise, again, if you are Unicorns, you're happy just staying even right now and just continue scaling with the Ivern. You didn't have to use any summoners before from your mid laner. Only Xerxes used his flash. So Exile is still safe, like barrier and flash available.
I want to talk a little bit more about this matchup, Exile and Bjergsen. Let's take a look at their CSD, jungle proximity, and we've talked a lot about Exile this tournament, but as it stands, it's really been Bjergsen heavily favored. You can see some of those stats on your screen. The biggest problem for Exiles is isolated deaths. He keeps getting ganked and shut down alone.
And he's not isolated anymore. That was the big change, right, that Unicorns made. And we saw it yesterday as well. Xerxes made a lot of counter ganks yesterday. Today, he's being much more proactive and obviously went to apply that pressure first. Down bottom lane, though. Bio going in.
Well, let's see what Svenskeren can do. Defensive hop away by Helisang. Nobody's down yet. Bio's down to 150 HP, and the Unbreakable blocking it out. Samux still untouched, continues to chase. And TSM, the gank fails.
Very nice answer here from the Unicorns of Love. When they played against TSM last time, 2 days ago, they actually lost a lot of kills early on. Svenskeren found openings with these ganks here. So far, he's not been able to get anything. Xerxes will also try to steal his Raptors, but they're not there.
It's okay. Get a ward down. That's almost as good as stealing them. Get that extra vision.
Almost as good.
Honestly, though, I really do want to commend that bottom lane play there from the Unicorns of Love. They are able to output a tremendous amount of damage while evading the attacks. You know, they use the extra mobility there of the Rakan. Meanwhile, though, mid lane, we're going to have another story here. Will they meet up, though?
Yeah, but look,
supports here too.
On both sides. First target is Bjergsen. He's already dashed away. Xerxes was waiting in the wings, and it seems like UOL read that play or responded in the same way.
Yeah, same for TSM here. I like the reactions on both sides. Bjergsen saves, of course, his ulti to get another dash in case he needs it to get further away. Of course, Helisang trying to predict the distortion back as well from Bjergsen. No one dies in the end. Lane swap from Unicorns.
And this is the difference, you know, aftermath, right? After that mid lane play. So often, actually multiple European teams have been going for this super early lane swap to try and push down this turret. The North American answer has been to send support up there to try and help out with the defense, but Bio is on the bottom side, so it's not going to be the case here.
All right, Hornser gets knocked up into the air. Svenskeren's around for support. Hilly's busy tanking. Great barrel from Vizicachi, but the damage is coming down from Samux. He tanks the tower. Taste the Fear comes out. Svenskeren gets it back.
Coordination a little bit off there from the Unicorns of Love. It didn't actually seem like everyone wanted to go for that dive instantly. Haunter, he stayed alive, and then the quick turnaround, Samux dying and using Flash.
Yeah, there were a couple moments where people on both teams were unsure about what the call was for this dive, because watch it, you know, Haunter has a bit of a different idea than Svenskeren. He's going super aggressive right up under the turret, and initially all of Unicorns are on it. They had the same idea. Hillsang is tanking, but then Hillsang goes out of turret aggro. He could have tanked one more. Samux takes it up. Here comes an arrow towards mid lane, though.
Manages to connect. How much damage does Bjergsen have? Exile's gonna get shut down. Winter's Bite comes out, and Bjergsen takes down Exile.
Double lift! Are you kidding? Look at the pink wards through the river. There actually is one for Unicorns of Love that the arrow did travel over there in the pixel brush, but double lift does it again from the bottom lane, just continually sniping those mid laners.
So important here for TSM. 2 quick kills after Unicorns actually set up the lane swap, and they were far ahead in terms of the tempo for the first tower. But then that dive went wrong, and then suddenly an arrow in the mid lane. Exile didn't see it in time, so he didn't flash it. And then suddenly 2 kills and Mountain Drake for TSM.
Well, Team Solo Mid pick up the first dragon. They've managed to do so in 2/3 of their game so far. Secure yet another one. Important to note that UOL have only picked up 2 dragons this entire tournament so far. Let's see if they can get their hands on that objective.
It's because the dragon is not in the mid lane.
Oh, there we
So,
go.
like-
Okay. You can't get it when you're ramming down.
Update for next season, maybe?
With the dragon mid lane, Unicorns win worlds.
Honestly, though, after that first swap failed, it's so much easier for TSM to answer now. You can tell Unicorn's not even going to extend here on the top side. They give up on that push very quickly. They don't want to go toe-to-toe anymore. Swap back down to bottom.
Right, and you said before, Kobe, how we've seen the European teams with different lane swaps. We've now seen some of them work, and they actually managed to get like a pretty good advantage with first tower blood. We've also seen the backfire now, and then suddenly they actually don't really excel in terms of getting just quick gold, and they have to slow down the game a lot. Hillisang, he was hiding behind. Backs away, though.
Yeah, and Svenskeren's actually invading red quadrant of that jungle without any Unicorn's vision.
Decent sidestep from Exile. Ends up trading, coming off a little worse for wear into the minion wave, but Svenskeren and the rest of TSM making the way. I also see Enchanted Crystal Arrows up for double lift. Does the American sniper land another shot? Not this time.
Well, they saw several of the members of TSM in this ward over that curved bush. So they knew that there was some sort of TSM play coming, and the little bit of vision that they do have definitely pays off big there.
All right, as we take a quick look at the top lane, Samux and Hilly turn their attention onto Biofrost. Bio, stand behind me, yells, takes a look at Double Lift. Quickly look at the early game objectives. Gentlemen, Team Solo Mid, they, yes, did get first Dragon. UOL got first Blood. And you can see in comparison to the rest of their group stages, the huge gold deficit that Unicorns tend to find themselves in. It's around about that now.
Yeah, and they're actually going to set up for a big play on top side, pushing down this turret. They do have Daisy, so it's very easy, and they engage.
Well, Flash Engage comes out with the quickness. Daisy helping out. Double a flash and heal. Nobody's dead yet. Now Svenskeren gets the first. Shuts down Hylissang. That's a double. Looking for the triple as Samus uses the Featherstorm for time. Exile taste their fear as Svenskeren gets a third.
Unicorns of Love just not respecting teleports here. TSM, they saw everyone move to top lane. They had a ward right there. Bjergsen was on the way to the bottom lane, but he had TP ready. Instantly came in.
River wards, river wards, river wards. They have paid off so big here in the early game, and that they turn the top lane into a graveyard now for Unicorns of Love. 2 failed tower dives for them now up on that top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Haunter slowly whittling away at the turret as well.
And this actually goes back to day 1. Unicorns of Love, where they went 0-2. They were trying so hard to make big plays in the early game that backfired, so they fell even further behind compared to what we normally see from the Unicorns of Love. 2 tower dives they didn't have to take. They went all in. Like here, they're spotted on this ward, and there's TP ready from the LeBlanc, and even from the Gnar if needed.
They have had some of the lowest warding stats of any team, North American or European, here at this tournament. And again, it gets turned around. You can see TSM, Svenskeren slipping in here to cut them off and clean up the extra kills.
And another important thing to highlight, obviously, for Unicorns of Love, they're not packing a lot of early game damage. You know, their comp doesn't have to snowball the first 10, 15 minutes. Your Ryze was sitting on a Catalyst and Tier. Your Xayah definitely needs items before she becomes a massive carry. And you have Ivan jungle. So these tower dives are really hard to execute when you don't have a lot of damage.
Yeah, and definitely more difficult when you don't actually land your skill shots and manage to burst down the appropriate targets with the limited damage you have. Team Solo Mid are nearly 2,000 gold ahead, just over it. And literally every prediction we had about early game, mistakes, deficits is happening again.
I gotta say, Deficio, didn't Unicorns actually even tweet you and ask you for your advice, and you said no unnecessary early aggression?
That was the thing I wanted to see from the Unicorns of Love, yes. In this game, we've seen 2 big moves, and suddenly TSM sitting with 6 kills and a 3,000 gold lead. This is why we normally don't want to see Unicorns of Love make the early aggression.
Well, now TSM do have the Rift Herald buff. They've got a 4-0 Kha'Zix. Svenskeren setting up to snowball, similar to yesterday, and they're going for the blue invade.
All right, Xerxes manages to tag blue buff, smites it down. Xerxes gets caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Exile's here to fight. 4 members of Team Solo Mid making their way down. Interrupt on the Realm Warp means Exile cannot escape. That's a first for Double Lift. The rest of TSM continue to chase. Somehow Haunter's gone down in the bottom lane. Now we continue in the top. Double Lift gets tagged by the Featherstorm, but too many members means TSM trade 1 for 2.
Yeah, get 2 kills up here. They're feeling very confident. They can just keep fighting. Gunblade ready on Bjergsen. Svenskeren sitting with 4-0-3 on this Kha'Zix. Chachi, though, getting some damage on bot lane tower.
And Chachi has been, you know, a real bright spot for Unicorns of Love, continually performing. We're going to get the replay of the top side, though, that we just saw the engage here. Arrow did come down, as you said, and the redemption for TSM actually buys some time for them to get off the rest of those Braum passive procs.
And Samak's not able to join until now, so TSM knew we have 4v3. They already pushed that top lane first. It was just a very well-coordinated play. And with that advantage, they can go for it. Bot lane, I assume Chachi knocked him into the tower.
Yeah, he actually has red buff here for this exchange as well.
Okay,
not even into the turret, just takes advantage of the mini Gnar form here. And the red buff just absolutely taking its toll.
Man, Visit Chachi. Well, remember the last 2 times these two faced off, Visit Chachi got the early lead in game 1, and it was kind of replied in kind by Haunter in game number 2. Team Solo Mid, they extend their lead even further, and they also got tower first blood, by the way, as that went down to the Herald.
The thing is, though, last time, you know, an Aurelia into a Gnar, you have the kill pressure. You're supposed to look for, you know, 1v1 kills. Gragas into Gnar, definitely not the same thing. I mean, yeah, you do have an extra advantage if you have red buff, but that solo kill definitely unexpected and should have been avoided for TSM. But really, again, great performances from Visit Chachi.
Very big for Unicorns of Love. They get something, you know, they finally got that 1 tower up in the top lane where they've been trying to dive TSM multiple times now just to secure it. Chachi also being the shining light in the bottom lane. The rest of Unicorns once again going top lane. They will be spotted by TSM's ward. I'm just going to push it out.
Let's see what Unicorns do to respond. TSM, by the way, they lost that tower after 15 minutes. They've only conceded 3 towers before 15 minutes across the 7 games that they've played. Vizichachi is now going to be under threat as Doublelift fires the ECA. This is going to catch Vizichachi. He's stunned up, and Bjergsen is on a killing spree.
TSM, they send the squad down to avenge Haunter there and take out that shining light Deficio.
Well, with the Vizichachi down, see the rest of Unicorns of Love trying to get something going in mid lane, but at this point you're just so far down on the map as well in terms of gold, you can't really fight it. This has gone so heavy in TSM's favor that Unicorns of Love's comp will need a lot of time before it can fight.
We can't say that we're surprised. We'll continue that discussion in a moment. The quickness comes out as immediately does a redemption. Hylissang forced to run for his life. The tower is already killed, but Sven Skeren's looking for more. He's 4-0-4. UOL champion fighters not found. Featherstorm comes down. Blade Caller backwards will at least slow TSM's advance. Vizichachi doesn't have access to the explosive cast, and Hilly's forced to run for his life.
Oh, he wants
Vizichachi's on the front line, but you can't fight all of TSM. Bjergsen's on a rampage. Sven Skeren kills Daisy, and TSM get their 10th kill.
That was a really good teamfight example of zoning and the spacing being a very big issue here. In the end, after the backline gets chunked out, the front line can't move up without the threat of the damage dealers right behind him. And even though he started at full life, gets immediately taken down. Initially, though, it starts off with Biofrost expecting some aggression onto Doublelift. He's waiting over the edge. They start to turn it around here, even with the teleport coming in.
Yeah, Chachi obviously joining behind TSM at the moment. So you see Exile very low, has to back away. Same goes for Samax, but actually ended up taking all the damage before using his ulti. So TSM are feeling pretty confident most of the fight. Only really Biofrost who is low. And when they see Chachi chasing for that last kill, they can just turn around.
Lock him up, because as you said, Exile and Samax were chunked out below 50 HP, or 50% HP at the very beginning of that fight, and they're not super long range, so it's hard for them to apply that pressure.
Just such great play from Team Solo Mid. Punishing all of the tower dives from UOL, and as TSM continue to take advantages, 404, Hex, more TS and Warrior. Gunblade's been with Bjergsen for a while. He's sitting on a boatload of gold. Doublelift's almost about to finish his Zeal item. Like, TSM, the world is their oyster right now, and they're looking to set their sights on UOL's Nexus.
And you said before, Trevor, that you weren't really surprised that TSM would be this far ahead in gold. I actually personally am surprised, because I think Unicorns of Love would have been playing the way we saw the last 2 days, where they didn't go for these big plays early game, where they actually said, know what, if we can just farm even, that's what we're looking for. We know our window is after 20 minutes. They just went back and said, nah, this is first game on big stage for a final. We got to make big plays. And I think Sheepy will, of course, talk to these guys and say, we don't need to do that. You had the scaling, you had Ivern. No need to go for these unnecessary risks. Just play it much slower, and it's going to be fine.
That's what best of fives are all about, refocusing in the face of adversity after you have, slipped up, let's call it right now.
There's a lot of notes on Sheepy's notepad right now.
There's a big slip up on the UOL side as we get to 20 minutes, guys. 8,000 gold. And now TSM, a lot of tools to try and pull ahead. Bjergsen, no flash. Distortion comes out and manages to get the Mimic as well. But for TSM, it feels like this team composition with this significant lead should be able to just break open UOL's base, play the map a little bit more. It took a long time yesterday against G2, but I'm not expecting the same today.
Yeah, and kind of another reason why it does feel this way, and you had this feeling of it coming into it a little bit, is this has really been TSM's tournament.
Yeah.
You know, they only dropped one single game the entire time so far here, and they are definitely not looking to do so in the best of 5 either.
And that's kind of the thing. We've seen so many good things from them. Drafting has been solid, many different comms. Early game, as we talked about earlier, with the vision and the pressure around Bjergsen, been on point. And they've been able to rely on multiple members to perform as well. Like, look at the bottom lane. Both Doublelift and Biofrost been the best AD carry and best support at this tournament. And once again, they're doing really well.
Yeah, basically unchallenged. The 5th tower of UOL fell. And TSM going to keep backing away. Just taking control of everything, stealing away UOL's jungle. Got a decent amount of vision in that left-hand quadrant. It's very early for Baron, but they can start baiting. And there you go. Worst goal difference at 20 minutes, minus 8,000 gold.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough one.
This is a warm-up game, right?
I do I do like to play the difficult game of always looking at from the team that's behind, looking at from UOL's perspective right now and trying to figure out, that avenue back into it. As even Xerxes tweeted out himself, quite a while ago, that's been getting retweeted and popularized. They always default to when they are unsure of what to do, head towards the mid lane, use their long range engage, and hope that the other team is spread out, hope that they find them in a numbers advantage. But even that right now, with all the wards of TSM and the gold lead they have, is very difficult to pull off.
And Kobe, you talked about wards a little bit earlier and how UOL weren't using theirs super effectively. Warding in UOL, well, warding in Europe has been a bit messy, but let's look at UOL more specifically. And Deficio, what do you make of these vision stats? Typical, I call it out, as a fight breaks out. Enchanted Crystal Arrow tags under Samux. He's dropped to 50% HP. Bjergsen chunks down Hilly but doesn't get the kill. And as it stands, TSM maintain map control. And you can see wards per minute lost, wards kill per minute lost, control wards per game lost.
And this has actually been the same for Unicorns of Love in multiple years now. It's just been a way they're kind of playing the game where it is so focused on engaging for team fights more than that slow setup where you push all 3 lanes, to slow pushing minions. Everyone on Twitter, they're looking at the minimap saying it's fantastic. No, for Unicorns of Love, it's much more about just instantly find the engage. And that actually means you don't play around vision a whole lot. And obviously there's a lot of issues with that, but there's also been positives where they surprise a lot of teams with how fast they can start a team fight and suddenly win through that. In this game though, it wasn't really about vision or lacking vision on their side. It was actually them just obviously taking the wrong fights with their scaling comp.
And I think that the vision leads to taking wrong fights though. So they come.
I mean, they're diving a tower.
The TSM saw them coming. Right now, they're not diving anything.
No, they're not. The blast code still doesn't save Hillisang. He manages to jump away. Ooh. The Realm Warp delivers Exile and Hilly to safety. But with Samux down, Baron becomes the objective with double mountains. This is going to fly.
All right, Xerxes is over the wall. Is he going to try and suicide in there or not even give it an attempt?
Well, Exile is there with him. Really hard to walk in the front door, though, when the enemy team is already on the Baron, and Xerxes just steps away. TSM secures the important objective to really get that inhib or the inhibs down. And at this point here, it looks almost impossible for the Unicorns of Love to win.
Giant gold lead here for TSM. Giant control of the map, and they catch the AD carry out in the very middle of that map. Arrow ends up, going through with that straight line of the blast cone, and they have their little sick escape here with the Houdini. But doesn't matter because Houdini left behind the Baron, and TSM are happy to take that prize.
Yep, no, not a whole lot left for TSM to take with their gold lead. You talked about it being a little impossible for UOL. UOL's got the
Are there varying degrees of impossibility?
I think there is.
In Europe, there is.
Yes.
It's like kind of impossible, really impossible.
Okay. Gents, UOL have the shortest average game time because they've had a few games where they've crushed, 27-minute win, and then they've had a game where they've been crushed, 26-minute loss. We might be on track to keep this average game time relatively low from UOL. That's not impossible.
What a way to start out the series, though. I mean,
a quick one.
You can hear a pin drop in here.
Well, not anymore, you can't.
Or it's a weird sounding pin, I'm not sure.
The TSM pin.
Yeah, the TSM one.
Also, while we were chatting about that ward stats, the stats team buzzed me and informed me that Samux purchased his 6th control ward for all of Rift Rivals.
Well, so they're fighting.
They are indeed. This Biofrost is standing on the front line, does not care, even though there's a good knock back onto double lift. He just walks to safety, didn't even need to flash. The 5th kill for Bjergsen, so easily secured. Plucks Hillisang out from under the tower.
Well, they still didn't get that inhib turret down, so Unicorns are trying to defend, at least, in that mid lane.
There's a brush on it. How do you attack that?
No, they're getting it now.
Talk about optimism as Exile's going to try get away. Ooh. Tries to get back into his realm. Warp cannot do either. Hornsa picks up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, but they still didn't get 3 inhibs.
They didn't get 3. The only member...
I don't think anyone's going to get 3 inhibs this game. It might just be...
It might be over. The only member of TSM to not pick up a kill is Biofrost. He's got 0-0-12.
Yeah, come on, Biofrost, step it up.
Nearly 100% kill participation. And, well, TSM, they are just destroying Unicorns to open the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost difficult to even get excited about it. This is
These people have family. Like, UOL's family is here in the audience. Their families are watching TSM.
All right, well, Exile, he is able to flash out, but does not break the chain, so goes down as well. And TSM, as you said, easily clean up that inhibitor. They don't overextend. They don't stick around for a 26-minute Nexus kill there, or an attempt, because that could be turned around. And they're going to march it back out here, march up another line towards an inhibitor.
Again, whenever we see these kind of games as the first one in the best of 5, you know the team is already kind of thinking about, okay, next game, what are we changing? The coach is sitting backstage doing the same. So I really expect to see a much different game from Unicorns of Love in Game 2, where again, they are removing these really, really unnecessary moves in the early game. Because as we highlighted so many times, they have pure scaling in their comp.
Yeah,
they shouldn't fight.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because this tournament has been really interesting in the effect of winning lanes and the priority that a lot of the teams have been putting on at least 2 winning lanes to help out an aggressive jungler, and using that as a means to snowball this early game.
Exactly, and we see with TSM here, after mid lane where Bjergsen dies, and it looks like, okay, now Unicorns actually have a few winning lanes. They can play around. Then the dives suddenly backfires. Doublelift gets a few kills. We see Bjergsen start taking over the game, and now we also see Chachi dying.
All right, Realm Warp finishes, and just to watch Hornsa walk away, wave goodbye. So that wasn't very nice, friend. And Hornsa and Bjergsen take down Visit Chachi. 14 kills to 2, 55,000 to 39,500. And yes, Svenskeren gets tagged and chunked, and he's able to flash away to safety. Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits the most important target in the fight, Samux. While that happens, Exile's chunked down. Daisy gets a knockup though at least, and this could be some kills back. Shut down onto Doublelift. Inhibitor tower goes down as Svenskeren gets a couple of hits. Remember, they haven't got 3 inhibs yet.
Exactly.
As TSM are thwarted on this siege.
I mean, the fact they actually walked down there. Oh, Bjergsen.
All right, Bjergsen's going to find at least one onto Samux. Hilly and Xerxes trying to run them down.
There's no damage there, though.
There's no one to kill anyone. Biofrost and Bjergsen turn it back around. Hit him with a chair. Hillisang is going to dash away to safety. And Chachi's being run down. Hornsa manages to get a hop, get the hyper, get the speed boost and a boomerang. As Hilly goes down in the background, that weird sounding pin was making noises again as TSM are just padding their stats.
Keep running, Chachi. Get all the plants as well.
I saw the video.
Take them away from them.
I saw the video yesterday. TSM were not dancing under the nexus of G2. They were waiting for Trick to kill Biofrost. Now it's the other way around. TSM are waiting to kill as many UOL members as possible.
He died in the end.
That flash.
That flash. TSM will get their second inhib.
Or what you're telling me is,
no.
Oh no, inhibitor secured. So we live to fight another day.
Unicorns just need to do this for another 20 minutes, and then they're right back in the game.
Well, there's no Anivia for wave clear here. And TSM have got the entire map under their control. If they really need another Baron, it's up in a minute, and they can pick that one up.
But TSM can't farm any super minions.
Oh.
Unicorns can.
Oh, advantage Unicorns of Love. No, not really. I tried to deliver that as empathetically as I could.
I'm glad you tried.
All right, well, here comes that number 2 as far as the inhibitor kills for TSM you are looking for. I think they can just stick around inside the base, pick up number 3. If you stay around long enough with these extra minions, you'll eventually be able to, claim those Nexus turrets by sheer force.
Well, Exile gets tagged by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hornsa gets a very good knockback. Biofrost gets his first kill of the game, but Samux shuts down Hornsa. It's a 1-for-2 so far. Samux and Exile still alive, running for their life. Correction, Samux and Hilly still alive. And they managed to get the root down onto Bjergsen. Not a lot of follow-up. Featherstorm goes out. Bladecaller, I think, is still on cooldown. Svenskeren and the rest of TSM dash in forward. Samux stays alive a few seconds longer. Xerxes' shields are burned through. The double lane is down. Xerxes runs for his life. TSM diving under the tower. Ace the Unicorns. Destroy the Nexus turrets. And while they did not get 3 inhibitors, TSM dominate Unicorns in game number 1.
Yeah, and this game was just decided at these 2 tower dives where Unicorns of Love went aggressive. They got punished by TSM. Great reactions from TSM, obviously. Had the vision, they saw them, had TP ready from someone like Bjergsen. And they came and they got so many kills from it and used that then to completely take over the game.
What a statement game here for TSM in the opener of the finals. Absolutely crushing Unicorns of Love.
And you take that from yesterday's game where TSM took 50 minutes to close out against G2. Admittedly, the compositions had a lot to do with that. Perks' Talia slowing things down, but for TSM, 30 minutes. UOL's average game time, I think, was 32:08. Actually beat that by a full 2 minutes. That'll keep bringing that average down.
Keep getting it down.
And you know what? Expectations, man. TSM were the favorites. UOL can fall behind early. Now, how those expectations came true was different.
Yeah.
But still very much the same.
I mean, true, in the end, people knew that TSM would win the early game, but Unicorns of Love, they got to change up here for second game because they can't fall that far behind.
Well, they have side selection. Is Pix and Ban something where they can spend some time to think about it, or do you purely think it's going to be decision-making and what they have?
I think it's much more on the decision-making, because even though you can switch up the champions, it seems like they're very set in the style, so it'll be different pieces in the same, game plan.
Well, let's see what Unicorns decide to do and how they come back to this game. TSM came out with a dominant performance in Game 1. Let's send it to the analyst desk for a closer look.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, TSM with a masterclass in snowballing a win, or to the win, rather, over the Unicorns of Love in this series. And I immediately want to take a look at the turret dives very early on in the game that really tilted it in TSM's favor.
So this is a very classic Unicorns of Love move. They know they have the losing 2v2. They know they're eventually going to lose the tower bot. So they try and move up to the top side to trade towers. And instead, they go for an unnecessary dive, which TSM have already been able to respond to. And it was just poorly coordinated, in which they send 4 members up. They cannot juggle the turret aggro properly. They end up losing their AD carry. And not only does this give a huge amount of farm and experience over to Doublelift, but you've also just shut down the early game plan that UOL had set up for themselves.
In terms of decision-making, as Kobe was talking about, was it wrong to try and go for this dive at this moment in time? Obviously, taking turret aggro was wrong, but what about the initial decision?
I mean, I think the initial decision is fine if you can execute it properly, right? Like, I think some of the people tanking maybe could have taken an additional shot. That could have protected their AD carry, which allows him to get the kills, right? But when you mess up a dive like that, it goes so wrong so fast.
Yeah, the next dive is one that was not the right decision.
Not the right decision, and maybe also not the right execution. A very good counterplay by TSM. What makes the difference here?
Biofrost makes a difference in this one. He plays it so well with Braum, spacing himself from Doublelift, using his shield at exactly the right time, and that buys the time for Bjergsen to teleport in the turret and Svenskeren to come from the back end, making it a 4v4 under TSM's turret, which they easily win.
And I think Biofrost actually can be easily overlooked in this game. Like, I actually think he carried a lot of the fights in this game. He used his shield so incredibly well, and even just the little thing of spreading out to actually not get CC'd by the Rakan coming in, so he can use his shield at the perfect time, delays so much on that turret dive. And throughout the whole game, like, he was always able to find the correct positioning, protect his carries, and I think Biofrost actually played incredibly well.
And I want to also pay homage to how well TSM were always respecting the plays that Unicorns of Love were trying to make, because it felt like every single time one teleport of the two was always coming in at just the right time. Svenskeren was always in position to answer any kind of play that the Unicorns of Love were trying to make. And I just feel like that this time round, TSM, they stole the playbook from the Unicorns of Love. They're like, oh, okay, at this point in the game, they're going to do this. All we have to do is this. And they answered it every time.
Yeah, they counterplayed really, really well. How much in these dives did the underwarding by Unicorns of Love also do them a very high disservice?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the case. But generally, if you're sending the whole team to a spot, you're hoping that you're at least going to be able to win the fight. And I think that's a lot of how Unicorns plays. But I felt TSM was just very organized and communicated very well in this game. Like, they were incredibly ready for the engages. Like, the swiftness in which Biofrost Braum would always jump in as soon as the Rakan engage came in was incredibly fast, and it never really let UOL get the jump on a fight.
And I want to emphasize the fact that with UOL's composition, like, the lane swap makes sense, right? Because if they're already going to lose their bot lane tower eventually, and they have Gragas in a losing matchup too, the best thing to do is just open up the map, so then it's easier to scale up with the composition. They have a comp that is about team fighting, something that they're well known for, and something that was highlighted a lot in the cast is the fact that they tried to be too proactive in the early game when they just didn't need to, and that is exactly where TSM were able to effectively shut them down.
And sprinkled throughout the entire game, someone we cannot undervalue either, the arrows by Doublelift. We're going to take a look at a montage brought to you by Acer, because this has been so consistent throughout the entire tournament on this Ashe. I don't know if this is ban-worthy, would you say, or pick away, but it has such a big influence on these games.
I mean, it really does, but the fact of the matter is TSM has shown proficiency on so many different champions now. Like, how can you justify, you know, banning away the Ashe when then you then maybe can't ban Caitlyn and things like that? He's just been playing incredibly well, period. But yeah, he's super effective on the Ashe, even going for the Essence Reaver build, so he's getting more and more of these arrows, and when you're this accurate with them, who can blame him?
And maybe I'm sounding like a broken record, but again, the underwarding and the fact that TSM has better warding and they know where they're going to hit them and they know that they can get their enemies is just coming to bite Unicorns of Love in the butt over and over again.
Yeah, and back in my day, mid laners took cleanse against Ashe, especially when they're up against LeBlanc. So when that arrow hit from bottom lane for a 3.5-second stun, like, let's not forget that Bjergsen was first blooded by Exile's Rise, but then the Ashe actually is the one who turned that around. So very strong play by Doublelift on Ashe, but I don't even think it's his top 2 champion, right? I think Caitlyn and Triss can both be better.
And I love how proactive Doublelift was with those arrows, because I just remember the C9 versus UOL where they picked Ashe, and I don't even remember how many Ashe arrows there were in that game because it just wasn't utilized. Seeing that level of just playmaking from the side of TSM, the fact that they see an opportunity and they go for it, it's just so encouraging for the squad of TSM.
It really is, but it feels like for UOL, you know, we talked about, hey, what do people want to see from them? Playing slowly, scaling up, going for team fights, and it felt like they had been moving towards that in the later stage of the group stages. You know, for Exile, hey, like, you don't have to do anything crazy. Go down a little bit of CS, lose gracefully, and then you can be effective in your strength. But it feels like they threw that completely out the window and went the other way, and it completely backfired.
I think that's a great point, because through the group stage, we saw them growing from day 1 to 2 to 3 and getting more slower. And this is kind of a new page, a blank page, a fresh best of 5. They're excited and they pull the trigger all the time. So is it just as simple as tell them, hey, don't make that second dive when that first one failed and wait it out? Or is that something in the identity of the Unicorns that cannot be kind of remedied in this matchup?
I will say that for the Unicorns, they are very receptive to feedback. When their coach, Sheepy, says to them, okay, guys, you really need to slow down, they are a team that will take that on board and they recognize it. And we saw the amount of growth that they made from day 1 to day 2. So I do feel confident that they will be able to adapt in this best of 5 series, but I still feel that TSM will continue to adapt as well. And seeing as they've already got UOL's number, I think it's going to be an extra challenge for UOL to catch up.
The number is 8,000 up at 20 minutes.
And to be fair, it's like it's not like going for dives is necessarily bad. It's just high risk, high reward. And when it fails, it's going to fail spectacularly. So had they pulled that off, maybe they snowball the game, and we're talking, you know, about a different story here. But they didn't, and I don't think it's necessarily their strength.
Oh, super impressive from the side of TSM. They got first blood here in this series. We'll see if the Unicorns of Love can strike back when we return.
Top side, and a lot of praise to TSM in the early vision.
All right, Rune Prison comes out. Trigger Seed flashed away from. Not done yet. Bjergsen gives up first blood to Exile. Now Svenskeren gets the first. Shuts down Hylissang. That's a double. Looking for the triple as Samix uses the Featherstorm for time. Exile taste their fear.
Oh, Bjergsen.
All right, Bjergsen's going to find at least one onto Samix. Hilly and Xerxes trying to run them down.
There's no damage there, though.
There's no one to kill anyone. Dash in forward. Samix stays alive a few seconds longer. Xerxes' shields are burned through. The double lane is down. Xerxes runs for his life. TSM diving under the tower. Ace the Unicorns. Welcome back to Berlin, home of the ULCS, where our representative Unicorns got smashed by the North American invaders TSM. They've got a 1-0 lead as you see Sheepy and Doublelift returning to the stage. And in game 2 of the series, the Unicorns had side selection. They opted to pick blue side, gentlemen. We're getting set up for picks and bans. Exile, he secured first blood.
He did.
That
was the peak.
Get smashed in lane.
It actually was the peak.
And then it all went downhill from there.
It was the only moment where they had a gold lead in the game, which is about 3-4 minutes into it, and then everything went wrong around the top lane. They fell super far behind, and obviously that is what they've been talking about behind the stage right now, saying, those kind of plays, let's not do them again.
Well, let's see what they do this time around. Kobe, picks and bans. UOL, they went for blue side again. Do you expect anything to change here?
The biggest thing that I keep on saying is I am so not sold on this Rise pick for Exile. I know that he really likes to champion, he's very comfortable on it, and you can talk about, oh yeah, into LeBlanc, that's the classic matchup for him.
Yeah.
But, and the champions, that was the least of the problems, right? Because again, it was about the tower dives, it was about that not only decision making but also execution of those tower dives. But that is one thing that I would definitely alter. Exile on Vladimir, even if you do not have a good lane phase, you can have a good team fight.
So, adaptations here from Unicorns of Love. Braum being banned instead of the Cassiopeia, and they're actually first picking the Gnar over the Gragas. Even though the Gragas actually was just fine for Unicorns of Love. Maybe the Iron wasn't something they were too happy with. Again, I don't really want to blame the draft too much. I think it was just execution in game.
Well, on the TSM side, they lock in the Gragas. Maybe that same matchup, but in reverse. And of course, Thresh for Bifrost.
Yeah, the very flexible Gragas could easily be Svenskeren taking that one. And the important thing here, tons of crowd control, versatility for TSM.
So Hylissang normally likes Blitzcrank when he sees the Thresh on the other side. It is an option here. Tahm Kench is also an option, like both very big picks for him as a support that often actually ends up creating a lot of plays for Unicorns of Love that they need to force these fights here. So both are available. He gets the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, I'm definitely a very big fan of those two, of the Tahm Kench specifically. For the Devourer, take away the possibility of those picks rather than having the hook for the more offensive look.
We also see Unicorns knowing they will lose the Gragas when they locked in the Gnar, but they want the Kha'Zix in return. They like that matchup. It was obviously the one Svenskeren tried to pick himself into last time, and then they swapped the Gragas to top lane and picked the Ivern. So Unicorns of Love are definitely changing up certain things. Svenskeren, though, he gets his Lee Sin, which is always a joy to watch.
Beautiful thing about flex picks, they can easily switch it up to a top lane Gragas as soon as they've seen that the Kha'Zix is picked up here. And Lee Sin into Kha'Zix is actually quite good, especially Svenskeren, as you said, very comfortable on this champion. That's definitely going to make Xerxes have to be a little bit more cautious around that mid lane.
This Cassiopeia ban, again, to me, it actually signals they might want to blind pick the Vladimir, and Cassiopeia is one of the matchups they don't want to risk taking, just in case Bjergsen does not show his mid laner. Obviously, with Syndra still being available, she is a perfectly fine blind pick.
Let's see what they decide to lock in, gentlemen. One last ban for UOL, the Twitch and the LeBlanc from TSM. Some respect there to Samux, whose Twitch has been very impressive. I'm just going to quickly loop back to that Lee Sin. 12 games played in summer. 83% win ratio for Svenskeren. His most successful jungler. And Xerxes, only 2 games in the Kha'Zix. Mixed responses is what I'll say on that one. Something that he needs to show us he can play that style as TSM enter pick phase 2.
Tristana is available for Doublelift if they want to save the mid lane pick here for Bjergsen.
Yeah, I definitely think it has to be something that is one of those more scaling AD carries. He's just going to go right back to that Ashe. He's accurate as all get out on this Ashe, especially even from the bottom lane, hitting other laners. Kind of unprecedented, actually.
So mid lane pick right now for Unicorns of Love. Kassadin is available, not really a thing you want to just blind pick. I think Vladimir with the Cassiopeia ban could actually work for Unicorns. They go with the Corki though, which is what a lot of teams like to do, but when Exile did play it at Rift Rivals, it did not look great. A lot of issues in the laning phase, and I think Bjergsen is not afraid of it.
To Fisher, we said that last game about the Rise. I quoted his KDA 0.84. His Corki KDA is 0.52. And let's see if we can get first blood again this time round.
Well, let's talk about, what Unicorns have acquired here, because they do have, Jin, long-range engage possibilities. Tahm Kench has the possibility with the mid-game Abyssal Voyage. So the bottom lane, which was the area of Unicorns of Love that Doublelift was praising, does have the ability, to affect the rest of the map as well when they transition into that, mid-game, out-of-lane phase and try and get those picks that they're looking for.
And we know, again, the lane swap might happen once again with Tahm Kench. That's super effective if you can actually ult into the top lane wave and then suddenly rush down that tower. Also for Unicorns of Love with Exile here on this Corki. If he's able to have a fine laning phase where he doesn't fall behind, he is a late game threat that I think is easier to execute than a Ryze in some of these team fights.
Plus, I was also of the opinion that the Gnar was slightly more important than the Gragas when we were discussing the front line and, those two as far as the crowd control for their team fights. Vizicsacsi on the Gnar definitely has shown up.
Yeah, strongest performing member of UOL, all Rift Rivals long, maybe all Split long as well. Spring Split MVP, we've talked a lot about the importance of Chachi, and we'll talk a little bit more. And TSM are doing juicy stats for you, gentlemen. That's the Rift Rivals trophy that UOL and TSM are doing battle for. Your team compositions on your screen, we broke down quite a lot of what UOL can do. TSM, a little bit of everything. Some good flanking, good pick opportunities.
Yeah, very solid lanes all around, good scaling as well into team fights. It's very well-rounded comp from TSM, and obviously Unicorns relying more on long-range poke into creating that one pick, and of course Chachi being a split pusher on Gnar.
All right, Chachi being a split pusher, this could unlock UOL. Give us a more competitive game and a more competitive series here in Berlin. The crowd is definitely split. The pink lights on the side of the UOL fan base. And we're joining in to game number 2. TSM definitely looking to repeat their performance of game 1, Kobe.
Yeah, and if they are looking to do that, I believe they should have their eyes on Vizicsacsi, because as you said, Deficio, he is a big part of the split push to try and set up, for engages for them. He's also the center of their team fight. Yeah. This Mega Gnar is the only solid part of the team fight. Everybody else is a fairly squishy damage dealer, and Hylissang playing the defensive support there, trying to pull people out. This whole game pretty much revolves around, will Vizicsacsi, be able to be that hero for Unicorns?
And last game he got a solo kill when he actually played the Gragas, and that's not supposed to happen against a Gnar, so this should be a good lane for Vizicsacsi of all. And we know he likes to then push his lane, go in and join a team, as you highlighted just before, Kobe, and then they set up that play with like a Jin ulti. And if TSM are caught with their pants down, suddenly you might actually get engaged on, and you can definitely lose some of these fights.
Vizicsacsi's been able to catch people with their pants down a few times this tournament already. Look at his CSD numbers. One of the impressive things to me, Kobe, is that Chachi's actually got a 6% jungle proximity there. And he actually has been camped a fair amount. A lot of resources thrown to try shut him down, and he's still performing exceptionally well.
Definitely true. Thresh, the only other thing, though, is that Thresh, Biofrost, is actually pretty good at pulling people's pants up with the Dark Passage. So we'll see here, though. They do get collapsed on.
Wow, how many times have we seen this fight play out this time around, though? Flash comes down from Doublelift, another early respect from TSM, and I didn't actually see if they stole any of those Raptors.
Bio got one, I believe.
That's a ward. That's a ward he killed.
Okay. So
what they did, though, a bit of extra damage was done to Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is one that does get a little bit low in the jungle, so he's actually getting some extra help here.
And you also slow him down a little bit, so Svenskeren knows, okay, he's still on the bottom side. He can now invade it on his blue buff and steal that away. So unless you see Xerxes go straight for TSM's blue buff, well, then it's a 3-buff start for Svenskeren.
And, Lee Sin can stick around there. He has a ward over the wall. If you get the jump on the Kha'Zix that early, then the burst damage can definitely be there. He's not going to stick around for it, though, even though he did have mid lane pressure with Bjergsen pushing in. He'll just use that information to know that Kha'Zix is not going to go gank top side.
Ooh, a lot of damage traded in the mid lane, as is the same down bottom. Samix comes away worse for wear, and Biofrost just sidesteps that deadly flourish.
Hylissang still level 1 here, no Devour from him. Bjergsen controlling the mid lane, knowing Svenskeren also off to a great start on Lee Sin. And you're not always too afraid of the early level 3 Kha'Zix.
Yeah, not too afraid of the Kha'Zix. Plus, I really like TSM jumping on their level advantage there. As you said, Hylissang was only level 1. Another hook lands,
Death sentence into Flay. No Devour, but no follow-up either. Split between the uprights. While all this trading is going on, head over to watch.lolesports.com. We have the duo lane focus stream. Sven, Xpecial, and Freak.
Such a big issue for Unicorn's bottom lane. The fact that Hylissang was still sitting at level 1. He's waiting for that big wave to come in, but you see TSM had done a great job just slow pushing it.
Also, they did a bait hot shot here, or a hawk shot from Double Lift. He shot it right onto Svenskeren to make UOL think that they were worried about someone there. That signals they're definitely going for the dive.
Hylissang is still only level 1. The cannon minion goes down. Dead sentence! Finds Samex! Devour buys a few seconds of time for Vizichachi to arrive. First blood is available. Picked up by Svenskeren. Hornser rather. Makes it a double kill. Now he turns his attention onto Chachi, and TSM do what UOL could not.
Yeah, it's such a great dive here from TSM. The way they're tanking the tower, also knowing no level 2 from Hylissang just yet. They go and get a lot of damage on Samex instantly. And then even after the Devour, they know they have enough members to actually finish the job.
And it completely exemplifies the topic we brought up in game number 1 of TSM identifying the area they have their advantage in. Double Lift and Biofrost burned so many summoners down here early on and got Samex so low that it makes this dive pretty easy to pull off. And there's a big difference there compared to the dive that Unicorns pulled off on the first side. Biofrost tanks up the entire turret aggro, then flashes over the wall, and it makes that secure pretty seamless.
Let's see actually what happens around blue buff. Nothing, it appears. But we have to go like all the way back to that invade on the Raptor camp, because after that invade, Hylissang, instead of walking to the bottom lane and joining his AD carry and push for level 2, he went back in and helped Xerxes secure the red buff. And that actually cost him his level 2. Bjergsen forced to flash away. But obviously again with Hylissang then not getting level 2, he's useless in the lane. The double range from TSM takes over and they set up this play here. Normally you can never go for that early of a tower dive against a dual lane.
And 2 assists across the board for Sven, Double, and Biofrost. The teleport from Hornser, hella worth, because he picked up both of the kills. And important to note, while the fight, you bring LA to Berlin.
You actually told me last time that you didn't know why you said that.
By the way,
that's not an LA word, that's a Northern California word. Continue though.
Look at the CS difference between Double Lift and Samex. It's already 20, because while that dive and fight was going on, Samex missed every single last hit. All of that experience to boot. Double Lift and Bio just setting up for
Canadian.
success.
Apparently.
All right, the hooks keep coming through for TSM in the bottom side, though. Let's take a... Honestly, even though they're going for this trade, I would be more cognizant of where the junglers are right now. You have to always be worried when you're trading that heavily, you know, as top laners. Ooh, Svenskeren not able to land that Q. Good dodge there from Xerxes, but the pressure continues.
Right now we see TSM pushing mid, pushing bot lane all times. Svenskeren can then force Xerxes away because he knows that Bjergsen is right behind him, steal away another camp, and that means now Svenskeren will get ahead in experience, and suddenly Unicorns of Love are kind of just relying on the Gnar, sitting in that top lane to actually try and win his lane. Very hard for Exile in the 1v2 situation to do a whole lot.
TSM look even better than their group stage selves. Really confident play. Kobe, you talked about where the junglers are when top laners are trading. Well, Svenskeren, he's chilling in the tri-bush.
And he's so close to level 6. He's not going to be in range for this wave, but maybe the next wave. I don't know. They're going without the wave even.
Vizichachi's got flashes away from the barrel. Not enough minions to work with. This is a little bit messy.
Yeah, I think TSM should walk away from that because that is good. They got a flash out with, you know, the kind of desynced dive there. You know, Svenskeren's not quite level 6 yet. Needs, you know, one more camp or another wave of minions. And, you know, Hunts are going in. He's probably very happy to just get that flash out.
Probably the best thing you could actually have gotten from that, because you were not really getting the kill. The fact that Svenskeren did show himself, obviously forced Chachi to play defensive. Unicorns, though, they gotta find a way to make sure Samus can actually get back in this game. He's sitting in his boots and a Doran shield. He gets double longsword on the side of Double Lift. There's no way he can win the trades.
And especially as a Jhin getting down like that and focused so early on in the match, it's going to be, you know, difficult for him to come back. We did talk about, you know, the level 6s for that bottom lane when they come in. Maybe they can affect somewhere else, but, you know, the chain of events from that level 1 into the blue steel result in another blue steel here, and we continue to see TSM working off of it.
And we just see what the North American teams have been doing so well at this tournament here. It's always mid lane, pushing in his lane so jungler can invade, and then they can even work together. Then a little bit later, once you've gotten enough control that way, you can then pair the jungler with the support. So they keep just tagging in, being like, now it's the mid laner's turn, now it's the jungler's turn, and so support's turn, and they keep finding these ways to always invade in and take something away from the European teams.
And just making
right now it's their pride.
Making it look so easy as TSM. They've got that 2,000 gold lead. Keep looking at the minimap and CS numbers, and while UOL and TSM's mid and top are about okay, it's going to be very difficult because Hornser is playing very confidently on this Gragas matchup.
And I just wanted to point out as well to Deficio's point that he mentioned there, that is something that TSM have been working on for a very long time.
Top lane now.
All right, well, let's take a look at this dive. Remember, he has no flash.
Barrel into the tower. Gnar has already been used. Svenskeren, well, Shockwave gets connected as well. An easy kill for Bjergsen.
And it's just so many small steps in favor of TSM. Bot lane trading.
All right, Ash Arrow is available for double lift. Summoner heal's already been used. Double lift. And holding on to the cooldown for now. Not sure if he had enough mana for it, though. Was running low or decided not to go for it.
He didn't want to arrow Samax because of Devour from Hylissang. Could probably use it on just a Tahm Kench to maybe force a flash, but it doesn't matter because right now TSM are trying to get top lane tower. Unicorn's trying to get mid lane.
All right, who gets tower first blood? Team Solo Mid will secure it, and they'll lose only their 4th tower before 15 minutes throughout all of Rift Rivals. It's a trade, but TSM come out with a significant advantage.
This is basically the only response from Unicorns of Love, just getting that mid lane tower. But again, it's that setup, you know, you have the jungle and mid laner just going together after the push, and then you can actually make plays in side lanes.
Yeah, definitely a trade where one party knows they got ripped off, but there's nothing he could do about it. They're just going to have to be happy with what they got. Mid lane turret definitely is a pivotal one, but it's only really pivotal if you have pressure on the map, if you have somewhere you can press out, and there's no way that Unicorns can really get it even across the river. So it's mostly going to be defensive vision from them rather than trying to take advantage of that extra area.
Oh, so tough. Coming into 10 minutes now, Unicorns of Love never even got a chance to prove they could play slower. They never get a chance to prove they could fix their game 1 mistakes because TSM went, oh, we'll show you how to dive. We'll show you what you messed up.
Exactly. That's really the scary thing, that Unicorns of Love, last game, where they definitely made a lot of mistakes. This game was just TSM completely outplaying them. Yep. Starting from that invade in with the jungle camps, and then, of course, Hylissang going back to help, so he fell behind in experience, and then a beautiful bot lane execution. So TSM right now, they're just controlling the game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, you know, what of this tournament TSM also take back to North America, you know, tomorrow or next week when we do have the LCS return. Here goes Hanser trying to get a little something, but all he gets is the package. Previously, because TSM, as I said, they've been working on a lot of these things for quite a long time. Not only the diversity in their compositions that they're running, but you talked about jungle invading and using their pushing lanes, and the timing of that has been something that people have been critiquing for quite a long time for this team, yet here at this tournament, it seems like it's been so easy for them to pull that off.
I mean, it feels like every game at Worlds and in the spring split would have Svenskeren walk in alone, die, and then people would be like, why is he there in the first place? And there was just lack of synergy between him and the laners. Around mid lane, we might see a fight. Unicorns on the way.
Abyssal Voyage will start to channel. Deadly Flourish comes out. Ash Arrow tags onto Samax. Svenskeren's looking for a catfish to eat. Hornsa picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Visit Chachi completed the teleport. Now he's in trouble. Barrel comes out as well. It's Sven that picks up the kill.
And if you're Exile right there, just take the arrow. There's a Tahm Kench next to you. He can just devour you, and he walks away with you, but he flashes.
Ah, every man for himself!
So it's like, Hylissang, now you got hit. And then he can't get away because he can't devour himself. He actually just ended up killing his own support, who was ready to save him.
All right, now all of a sudden Bjergsen's the target. Exhaust is on. He sidesteps a couple of the shots, one of them at least. The 4th and final connects, but the Shockwave dissuades Exile and Xerxes. Samax, no, Xerxes in trouble. Svenskeren's got 1. Samax finally rejoins the fight, and it's just another for TSM.
This is an absolute smashing, my friend.
Sorry, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Samax and Bio. AD carry versus support. The Lantern comes out. Here comes double lift. Exhaust is on. Death Sentence finds Samax, and Svenskeren is on a killing spree.
0-7 right now as TSM smash game number 2 already 12 minutes into the game. It is looking like Unicorns of Love are looking for another way out.
Well, here Exile with the arrow, Hylissang is,
Flashes, not only does he not take it.
He just flashes, and Hylis dies, obviously, because of it. Chachi came in mini Gnar, not the most effective TP, obviously, from a Gnar at this point, and really nothing Unicorns can do at that point.
Is that flash? Tilt is a horrible word, but is that Exile being in his head? In his,
it's just,
you know,
to me,
it's been
panic.
a difficult tournament. It's been a difficult split, and well, Exile's under threat again. No flash available. Svenskeren, Sonic Wave is sidestepped. Exile might just get soloed by Bjergsen, but he had no Shockwave to fire. And yeah, the panic flash means UOL down 5,000 gold. And like, TSM are just playing exquisite League of Legends.
All right, let's talk about optimal Rift. Oh, never mind. Mid lane.
Let's fight.
Okay, Abyssal Voyage comes out. Where's the target? UOL don't even know. Visit Chachi. Starting to charge jab. Xerxes goes over the wall and is forced to run away. Bjergsen goes down to exile. Barrel comes out from Hornsa, and at least UOL get their first kill.
Yeah, we are seeing Unicorns of Love, of course, fall really far behind, but they never stop trying to go for these fights, and that's something you have to talk about, because if TSM suddenly feels like the game is over and they can just slowly push it in, well, then they will get engaged on, like we see here from Hiller saying. But then tower's gonna fall though, and that's kind of the problem when you are this far down. You always lose something.
I just love the threat from Biofrost. Devour comes out, Death Sentence finds a target, spits out Exile. But Bio is just dodging and diving the whole way, threatening UOL the entirety. All right, Visit Chachi, come on, your opponent's 3-0-1. And Visit Chachi's still at least even on CS. The game has kind of been lost around him as it plays out.
All right, let's take another look here. Deficio, as you said, Unicorns keep going for these plays. They have all 5 members here trying to pull off this pinch, and Double Lift is still down bottom lane, pushing for TSM. They do eventually get that kill, and there's the kind of, bowling pin set up here as TSM unable to get anything back after.
Double Lift is top lane right now. Chachi is recalling though. TSM 5,000 goal lead at 14 minutes. Not too shabby.
It's not too shabby at all, Nige. And at 20 minutes, Unicorns of Love were down 8,098 gold. So, TSM, you have a benchmark to beat. Can they find another 3,000 gold and beat their own records and put UOL further down?
And I saw a lot of discussion about like the best North American team going into Rift Rivals. Some of the players were saying TSM. I saw some of the players saying CLG as well. Like, is this the best North America have to offer, or do they have better stuff at home as well?
It's hard to say, because what they're playing right now, they aren't showing a lot of mistakes, but they're not really being pressed at all. They're not really being pushed.
Now that's the truth. Hornsa is going to be under pressure. Abyssal Voyage will deliver Exile and Xerxes. Barrel comes out. Xerxes knocked forward. The root from the Deadly Flourish. Hornsa's chunked down to 300, 200, 100. Dead! Exile gets his second of the game. The rest of TSM have split the map, and they're in the left quadrant.
Trying to trade this kill and the bot lane tower for the mid lane and top lane here. TSM with the Rift Herald. Trying to get that tower down, and also Bjergsen will get mid tower. Rest of Unicorns back to base. Maybe looking for another fight. I don't think there's a package for Exile though.
Looking at the mini-map.
Oh no, he got the package.
Towers for 1 kick away onto Visit Chachi. So TSM get 2 towers at the cost of Hornsa's life and the bottom lane turrets. But UOL not conceding, not giving up. It is a 5.5k gold deficit, but they're still looking for scenarios where they have a numbers advantage, and that means they can find the kills.
Yeah, and if you just sit back and do nothing, the game is done, right? Then you're for sure going to lose all the objectives, and then you can't defend anymore. So yes, they're trading like kill and 1 tower for 2 towers, which in many ways is not optimal. But I think at this point, they just need to get some gold. If they can get to like 2 items around that 22, 23 minute mark, and then maybe try and fight, it really is the way back in the game for them.
Definitely agree there. They were also able to get the kill gold, so every little bit counts here for Unicorns of Love as they're trying to work their way back into this one. The problem with getting this far behind this early and losing this many turrets means that TSM have a very clear path here into the jungle, and it makes it difficult. Right now, though, jumping on this Cloud Drake is quite good for Unicorns of Love, because Svenskjæren's going for Wolves right now.
He's pretty far behind enemy lines at the moment.
I see a lot of control wards on the map for UOL. That's a weird sentence to say at Rift
And the
Rivals.
bottom lane, actually, they look like they might go for another play here as they see TSM's bottom lane, extend here, but a Hawkshot comes through.
That's only the 3rd dragon that Unicorns have secured here at Rift Trials, and I think Cloud could be pivotal if they can get their hands a little bit more.
You take what you can get, Trevor.
Move around. Right now, Exile gets zoned away by the command attack. All right, TSM, they're grouped. They've got a 5-man stack on the top half of the map. Visit Chachi with teleport. Slowly gonna push this wave in. Got that Black Cleaver, and now TSM are roaming towards the bottom half. What's the thinking here, Kobe?
Well, they would have liked to set up around the Drake, which was neutral objective, not very big threat for you to start it out to try and force something with their lead, but since Unicorns jumped on that, they're going for red buff instead.
Boulder Toss comes down from Chachi, doesn't tag anyone for the slow, and the Brambleback is defended successfully holding on to their jungle creeps. UOL need to do every little bit they can. Scrappy, scrappy, scrappy.
And they kind of have to hope that TSM is not really trying to look for any big fights at the moment, but then they find the Gragas.
Yeah, Hanser does not go for the ultimate, though. And they let Exile walk away today.
I've noticed as well this tournament that the North American junglers have actually all been performing very well. It definitely seems like there's a small difference in style between, let's say, a Svenskeren and a Xerxes. Xerxes is much more of that, I'm going to farm to late game and then be like a big team fighting carry. Svenskeren has found a lot of success with some early moves. Same for Contract, same for Mike Young. I've definitely been, I think, in favor of the North American team, the early aggression from some of their players. And Svenskeren, last game, great performance. This one, same again. And Hanser shows up.
He does, completes the teleport. Vizicachi's able to bait that one out.
He's like, you can't recall now, by the way.
I mean, you are the global authority on teleport ratings, Kobe.
Yeah, I would say Double Lift would call Worth on that one.
Okay.
So he didn't have to 1v1 the Gnar.
Well, Vizicachi's still doing what he can. By the way, plus 30 CS. He has spent more of his time in that side lane, to be fair. Still the shining light. Still the man that UOL needs to look to. I mean, Vizicachi has to find that Mega Gnar and set up a big team fight.
Yeah, and obviously he wants some carries with some damage behind him, and I think Exile is actually then the other guy you need to look at. We obviously criticize him so much, but this game, he's been actually doing what he could. He's been under a lot of pressure mid from an Orianna, and the fact that his jungler was behind almost the entire early game. So he's been sitting there just getting 2 kills, the only 2 Unicorns have. So he's the man with the gold, and if he gets to that Infinity Edge fairly fast, which is of course difficult at this point because you're not getting a lot of farm, then you actually have an opening as well for Unicorns of Love, but you're pretty far down.
What they have to worry about, though, is the Ash Arrow in combination with Thresh and Orianna, because yes, you have Tahm Kench who can eat someone who gets arrowed, unless it's Tahm Kench himself, but it's the follow-up CC that Unicorns have to really respect here, because TSM just want to force any sort of engage so they can use their gold lead right now and the extra power that they have in those fights. Looks like they might have their sights set on this trio.
Oh, this is scary for UOL. Teleport coming down from Shachi. He's in Mega Gnar, so once that time's out, TSM have a small advantage. Kobe, you talked about the power. Look at the itemization difference. 2 items completed for Bjergsen already, and Double Lift making his way to finishing his Zeal item.
I think they're making the call here to send Hanser back for that bottom. Oh, they might just dive it here. He cancels the recall.
All right, Vizicachi's very far away! 3-man shockwave! Death sentence as well! Samix is inside Hilly's belly, and Hanser with the fantastic barrel. Svenskeren's got the flash available, might just need it. Exile's on a killing spree, his third of the game. Here comes Vizicachi, boomerang onto Bio, and the tower's helping out. Tower's now aggroed. Mega Gnar flashed away from, but you can't get away from the wallet. There it goes! Xerxes kills Double.
Failed dive from TSM, and you cautioned against it, Deficio. You know, getting lackadaisical in the mid game. TSM do give over a sizable amount of money. Not done yet. Vizicachi on the chase.
Death sentence, but there's no damage to follow up. Here comes Exile. He's looking for Bjergsen. Bjergsen's looking for Chachi. The attack in the distance not enough. Exile's on a rampage. He hits Bio with a big one. Death sentence comes out, but there's no tower to run to. 5 kills, Exile.
And Baron, they're coming back. They can do Baron as well.
Svenskeren is on his way as the man to try and save this here for TSM. Exile over the wall, 5 members alive for Unicorns of Love. They need a ward behind here to see Svenskeren. They placed it just now.
Nice.
This is going close. Svenskeren's got the Sonic Wave. He goes in. Team solo mid. Steal the Baron.
And he gets out with a kill on Exile as well.
Are you kidding me? Unicorns just did everything to get back in the game, and then they lose to Baron. Svenskeren, he's still hovering around looking for someone.
Everybody's shaking their heads after that. Even Parth right there is like, this is not the way we pressure in the mid game with this lead.
Oh, bot lane.
All right, Haunter's under some threat. Hilly needs to find the lick and stick, but there's no damage to follow up. The crowd was so
What a roller
split.
coaster, Trevor!
UOL, then TSM, and TSM now have Baron on their squad.
All right, so in the end, TSM get the Baron, all planned, obviously, after the start of that dive, setting up for Svenskeren to steal it, but Unicorns of Love still got 5 kills on their Corki. Yes, it sucks you didn't get that big objective, but they got a lot of gold right there on one of the most important carries in this game. Now they're kind of overextended mid lane, though.
Bum, 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 bum. Hilly's going to get away from the death sentence, but he can't get away from the death squad. 5 members of Team Solo Mid collapsing down, and Hilly's gone.
Plus, the next Drake is Infernal, much better at snowballing there for TSM. So they have the Baron buff. They can transition into this Infernal Drake after that pick as well. And Svenskeren. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's so
hurts.
close. I think he got it like 60 HP.
It was an early smite from Xerxes as well. He did use his smite combo, but not able to get the correct calculations there.
Super quickly, while we were in that replay, Unicorns of Love were able to pick up their first blue buff on their side of the map. As it stands,
that's what's important, eh?
8 blue buffs have spawned, and UOL have only secured 2. Because TSM have dominated every aspect of this game.
Well, Exile taking
Except
out
for
the
that
top lane
tower
tower. Yeah, that kind of thing that happened 2 minutes ago, obviously. But man, I mean, Unicorns in the end, I think they just bought so much into the hype when they're on the Baron. They actually forgot about Svenskeren early on, and then when they got it so low, they couldn't stop him in time from getting in there, and they had to then suddenly risk the 50-50. Obviously, with the fact they killed 4 guys, they technically had time, but they were probably all screaming at that point that this was the comeback.
Well, we were screaming, there's no doubt there.
I would have to see the replay, but I don't think they had vision of him leading up to it, and he arrived when it was at like 2,000.
They did place a ward over the wall, but they might have seen him too late. And then obviously Chachi were on his way out to try and stun him and obviously make sure he couldn't get in the pit. But that could actually suddenly look like one of the most important plays that we didn't expect in this game, where Svenskeren had to steal a Baron away from Unicorns of Love. Would normally said it would be the other way around, with Xerxes being the man trying to do that.
Not only that, though, he got a kill, and he also got out, and then they were able to set up a pick afterwards. So, you know, the gold swing that you were talking about actually is a seesaw, and went right back the other way.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Svenskeren literally walked away and watched Exile crash to the ground. Exile, though, did finish that Infinity Edge. Mr. Fisher was rightly pointing out 5 kills to his name. Svenskeren, 4-1-6. Everything that TSM have done right, he has been involved in. And now TSM, with the last few seconds of Baron and an 8,000 gold lead, are barreling down the bottom lane. There's only inhibitor towers left to target, Deficio.
25 minutes into the game, TSM with every member on the bottom side. Honzo did dodge that little stun from Chachi. No Mega now right now. We have to see potential engage.
Not yet. Honzo, where's the barrel? Tongue Lash comes out from Hillisang. The barrel actually kind of whiffs, doesn't find the targets as UOL are able to spread out. They've also all got their flashes. I say that as Visit Chachi uses his. Curtains are called, and Honsa gets tagged with 2.
And Chachi's not in a good position to get his Mega now and actually make a big play. Xerxes is spotted right now. All of TSM moving towards him.
Yeah, TSM, the reason they go in on that is because Vizichachi, recently exhausted, can't charge up any more rage to turn Mega, and he ends up having to flash defensively, which is a very big summoner spell for this team. As we said, their team fight, it really does hinge on that Mega Gnar engage for them. That's their big crowd control ability.
Well, let's see if Vizichachi can find it. Ash Arrow's going to be available in just a little while. That cooldown ticking away. TSM keep getting that chip damage onto the inhibitor. Shockwave whiffs. Doesn't find a target. There's no flash for the engage. Vizichachi manages to get that crunch over the minion. All right, Deadly Flourish comes out. Haunts on the front line. Xerxes already down. Svenskeren comes in, got the Dragon's Rage available to him, and despite Samux being untouched, Svenskeren manages to get the ward hot, but it's a boot backwards, and the inhibitor and a kill. TSM will be happy. Unicorns unable to do anything just yet, and can't even get an exit frag on the way out.
Oh, but TSM feeling confident because Vizichachi had no flash in that fight, so they actually walked back in to get that inhib. And good turnaround from Hanser. Then some of the follow-up ultis not really hitting. Svenskeren's the wrong way due to a flash or a jump, I believe. And Bjergsen, of course, didn't get anyone with the shockwave. But it doesn't matter if you're TSM because you already got bot inhib. We're still very early in the game. So No flash means Chachi and the rest of Unicorns can't really get onto TSM. And look at the turnaround here on the Zerg saying due to the hit on Hellesang, he can't actually devour Kha'Zix quickly enough. And that means they can get that 1 kill, and then suddenly we get missed ulti from Hanser, jump from Chachi, meaning Svenskeren kicks him the other way. And they all stay alive.
All right, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds till the next Baron. TSM have got super minions in the bottom lane. They've got a line of wards pushing up, and just pretty easy to read what they're going to do next. Let's just see how they set up the vision. Oh, Exile actually misses that shot, but he's got a package. Gonna need that one to escape.
Oh, wrong way.
Does it the opposite direction. You can actually see on the minimap.
so hard his head turned around and his mouse went backwards.
TSM, they're going to mid lane now.
Hey, I like that one.
That was good.
That was good. Kicked him so hard he saw the curvature of the earth.
There you go.
That's a Scott Pilgrim quote. Team Solo mid, 5v4. Don't even need Baron. Visit Chachi gets devoured, but he's in. Mini Gnar about to pop Mega Gnar. No flash for the engage. Hilly gets bopped sideways by Hornser, and Team Solo mid, they decide to engage. Mega Gnar comes out, doesn't find really the stuns that they wanted. Inhibitor number 2 falls, but it's not 3 inhibitors.
Damn.
A 2-man play and the death sentence onto Samuks. Double lift with a double kill. Team Solo mid at 29 minutes. Want to beat their game 1 record. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Exile is forced away. So much damage. Double lift finds the ace. The triple to close out the game. As the Nexus turrets fall, Team Solo mid go 2-0 up in the Rift Rivals finals.
Dominating Unicorns of Love. I think the early tower dive was beautiful from TSM. Seeing that advantage, executing on it so quickly, put Unicorns so far behind in this game that it was almost impossible for them to actually get back in the game. And TSM had that moment, obviously, where they went for the tower dive. They lost members, then they had to steal a Baron. That was kind of the big potential turning point, but once they actually reclaimed it...
That's not the plan. That's never the plan.
That was not the plan, but once Svenskeren actually took the Baron, we then saw TSM kind of refocus and finish the game.
One momentary blip in what was 29.5 minutes of just near perfect play. TSM are just 1 win away from taking the series. The bragging rights and proving NA is greater than EU. Officially, Shocks, take it away.
Well, they are almost there, and who's going to take it away from them? TSM up 2-0, and well, not as decisive as victory as Game 1, but it will be hard to top that. Still a very decisive victory, and in Game 1, we saw that Unicorns of Love tried to execute some dives that went wrong, but this time around, it was TSM that made the initiative. So let's get the first replay up on our screen, because they pulled the trigger early, Jack.
Showing them how it's done.
Yeah, Samuks was on like 6 CS at this point in the game, because this is a continuation of a really good early laning phase by TSM's bottom lane, but then also having the adaptation to go for the dive. And then the actual execution of the dive was really good because it was the support and the tanky Gragas top laner who took the majority of the turret shots, which allowed the damage dealers to get it done.
I think there's so many little things too. Svenskeren pathing down to set up the TP ward for Hanser at the exact right time. The bot lane with their wave manipulation actually having a very slow push after they had already harassed Samuks out. So the wave crashing exactly as the TP comes in, exactly as Svenskeren finishes Krugs. Like the whole thing was so good.
And it was really important that TSM made this play happen too, because the expectation is that UOL, they're going to look for another rotation up to the top side, and this time Chachi has a Gnar, so being able to dive becomes easier, being able to push the wave, they've already got harassment on the turret, they can open up the map sooner, and the game plan from Game 1 should be more effective in Game 2, but TSM were like, no, we're going to dive you at level 2, and they did a fantastic job of it.
I believe we're also going to take a look at a top lane dive, because not only did they put pressure on the bottom lane, they also put pressure on the top lane because they know that Visit Chachi can be influential on this Gnar.
And this was something that the casters talked a lot about, which is very much how well TSM utilize mid lane pressure. The fact that Bjergsen on this Orianna always has the mid wave under control, and they utilize that to not only get vision in the river, but to then translate that into ganks across the map is just one of the big strengths that TSM have demonstrated in this tournament.
And I also think one of the impressive parts about it is actually how quickly they returned for that gank. They had already forced out the flash earlier, so being able to organize that dive before Chachi has his flashback gives them essentially a free kill, and I think it's all these little things that TSM are doing that are making them look so dominant.
And all the skirmishes just look very clean from the side of TSM as well, and that is something that we had praised Unicorns for, that they usually in those situations, those scrappy situations, do better. Does this have to do with the gold goal difference, the fact that TSM has been so far ahead, or does this have to do with the fact that they are just one step above, even in those skirmishes and team fights today?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. The team clearly seems to be playing better together. You can see Vizicachi on screen has had some good moments, but the team play has just been so much stronger for TSM. The one little blip where they overdove the mid lane was pretty much it for this game, and then Svenskeren swung it back with the Baron steal. Aside from that sequence of events, it would have been a solid TSM victory.
And I will say, we got to give some credit to Exile, because, you know, we were definitely pretty hard on him. I think in the pre-game, the expectations were very low for him. He did have a strong game on Corki. Certainly wasn't enough to actually turn the tides of the game, but he is playing, I think, better than some people may have expected. Like, lane has not been a catastrophe for him by any means.
And I think that's really important to note, because a lot of the early deficits that the Unicorns usually suffer do come from that mid lane, the fact that Exile does struggle so much. But this time, it's been a very team-orientated deficit that either TSM facilitating or UOL are falling into failure.
Well, in this game, we were waiting for kind of the last huzzah, and it came for the Unicorns of Love. They won a team fight, so that could have been the turnaround, but it wasn't quite. We're going to take a look at this replay brought to you by Acer, because they do manage to get some kills.
Yeah, Brother Sven going a little bit too deep here and giving them their chance, but I mean, he made up for it later on. TSM, you know, they do dive too deep. They do get actually taken out. Vizicachi able to come around behind, and I think that this was an opening into the game for UOL, but everything kind of goes.
We can forgive TSM this moment of being overeager, I presume. Yeah.
I think we will, especially because Sven is able to later steal the Baron, right?
They immediately turn it back around. They make one big bad play, but then I hope we get this to roll all the way
Yeah,
until
we will
the Baron,
look at the whole thing, but I think we're going to take a look at Exile finishing off 2 people as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had the package right coming out of base, so TSM again get punished more for the overdive. He kills pretty much everyone, and then you think that UOL can just turn to Baron, and how many times had we seen this story? It seemed like every UOL group stage victory, but Svenskeren does everything possible. The smite from Xerxes comes out a little bit early. They don't communicate well enough to stop damage on Baron long enough to just kill Sven, and by the time he goes in, they are forced into a 50-50 steal. And killing Exile on the way out was just the cherry on top.
The fact that he survives, too, is just like, oh, that sucks.
And it could have been so big if Unicorns of Love were able to get that Baron, too. Like, the map completely changes. They buy so much more time. They get a lot more gold. And it hurts as a Unicorns of Love fan to see that happen right at that moment, but TSM fans are like, oh, Sven, that was beautiful. Because the fact that he was able to get that steal, he died, and you made this great quote, Azel, Sven giveth, but he also taketh away. And I feel like that was so apt for what happened in that moment.
Yeah, and it really hurts for Unicorn that Svenskeren made that play, because we've seen from the early games, this tournament and in the series, that TSM has the upper hand over UOL. And you only get so many chances to get those comeback team fights into Barons. If they make that play, there's a good chance they actually win the game. But now they're in a situation where they would have to do that 3 times in a row to take the series. And that was their moment to try and get back into that game.
That could have been that moment to, well, turn it all around for the Unicorns of Love, but they didn't get it. The series is on the line for the Unicorns of Love when they step up on stage for Game 3. And after the break, we'll also hear from Phoenix One's jungler, Mike Young, so stick around.
Finds Samex! Devour buys a few seconds of time for Vizicachi to arrive. First blood is available, picked up by Svenskeren. Hornser rather, makes it a double kill.
Thomas, I kick him. He's still flash. TP. No. Okay, I take. Okay, that is good. Got him.
No damage to follow up. Here comes Exile. He's looking for Bjergsen. Bjergsen's looking for Chachi. The attack in the distance not enough. Exile's on a rampage. He hits Bio with a big one. Death sentence comes out, but there's no tower to run to.
No.
Stole base. Oh my god.
Dragon's in a minute.
He goes in. Steals it. Team Solo Mid. Steal the Baron. Hit him. Oh my god. Got a package. Gonna need that one to escape.
Oh, wrong way.
Does it the opposite direction.
Wait, I clicked on... Oh my god, maybe I clicked on the map.
Team Solo Mid go 2-0 up in the Rift Rivals Finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to Rift Rivals 2017 Finals. Now, before we get into third game and what may just be the final game, as grim as it is to say, I am joined by MVP of the group stage, Phoenix One's Mike Young. I think that's my first question, man. How does it feel to be voted MVP of the group stage? What were your thoughts on that?
Well, coming into Rift Rivals 2017, I don't think anybody would have expected that this rookie jungler, this new player that just came out of solo queue, would be voted as the MVP of the group stages for the NA versus EU matchup. So I'm just as surprised as everybody else. And just coming into this award, I feel that a lot of fans may be worried that it might get to my head, it might affect my gameplay if I somehow reach a slump. But I feel very confident that from this award, from this play at Rift Rivals, that it will only help me improve as a player going forward. It's also helped my experience playing internationally, playing against many different play styles, 3 different teams from Europe that have competitive experience in Worlds, a few of them, G2, for example. And I just have to keep my humble attitude and continue to practice even harder, even though I've been playing so well in this tournament.
That is excellent to hear. I'm sure NA fans will be happy to hear that as well. Now, I'm going to be a little humble here. EU, we've been getting crushed so far. We're down. Unicorns of Love are down. So I want to call upon you, Mike Young. We need some advice. What do you do when you are Unicorns of Love in this situation, when your back is against the wall, when you're down 2 games in a best-of-5 series?
So coming into this tournament, there weren't very many expectations from NA. So the best advice that any team could get from going into an international tournament is just to play your style, just to play like how you would normally do in your own region. Because when you go to an international event, you might notice that the enemy teams are playing different picks than you, but you might notice that they're stronger, they're weaker, and you might want to adapt to them, but you only have so many days to adapt. But if you risk changing your play style completely, like, for example, Phoenix One, we didn't necessarily change our play style because we saw that EU was playing a lot of Galio top. We didn't necessarily think it was a very great pick, but we just stuck with our own play style, and that worked out for us. As for Unicorns of Love, I feel that even though all the controversies going on by the fan base, that they're saying that EU meta pretty much sucks, in this event, they still have to, in this best of 5, I feel that they still have to stick with their play style. Otherwise, they'll just get crushed by TSM.
All right, well, I heard the players already, so I'm gonna ask you one final question. EU, NA, you gave them some good advice, but at the end of the day, who is going to take the series, Mike Young? What is going to be the score?
I think that TSM is going to take the series with a 3-0 record.
All right, well, there's not much else to say after that, so casters, get us into this game.
Well, it definitely wasn't the most difficult final
Can't argue with that one, yeah.
It wasn't the most difficult, but there's a kid that's going places. MVP of group stage, arguably rookie of the split already in NA.
Rookie of the split,
and
yes,
the dude
sure.
is humble as well. Like, I'm very excited to see the career progression of Mike Young. Let's get back on track.
How is he going to stay humble after everyone's been praising him for he's only been a professional player a couple weeks?
He just said it. It's snuck into his head. No? Did you not listen to the
your
interview?
head, Kobe.
Kobe, NA wins a couple games and Kobe can't even listen to his own players. We jump into picks and bans. TSM at side selection. They've elected red side once again. So let's just go at it.
Yeah.
Elise, Galio, Zach, Caitlyn. And then the only time we'll see some pivots.
They did ban Shin last time as well, TSM. Technically, you don't have to change a whole lot. You're already stomping Unicorns of Love. So Unicorns sticking to the same bans as well. Is that an R first pick?
I do think it's a good little pivot here to start targeting Bilefrost, though, because Bilefrost has really been showing up, especially in this series, but all tournament as well.
I mean, the problem is you give him Thresh again. So yes, you do target his great defensive support, but he looked very good on Thresh in that last game, and he can do exactly the same in this one. You can just go Gragas Thresh for TSM. after they are done hovering every single champion that Unicorns likes to play.
What I liked about the brief hovers there is that Exile has actually played relatively well in the laning phase.
Give me Zyrakan. Yes, thank you very much. I think you need to just go back to something you're super comfortable on, that you know you can force engages with, and then simply go back to game 1 without the aggressive tower dives. Obviously, last game they got completely outplayed in the early game. You couldn't really change that a whole lot.
Honestly, this series is coming down to Korean advice: play better, basically, because they're drafting very similar, and it's actually true.
Let's see if Unicorns can do it. Svenskeren locks in the Kha'Zix, and gonna go back to that Exile point. Definitely not being soloed out as early, but gameplay has happened in the top and bottom lane respectively, so let's see what happens in phase 2.
So with all the jungle focus, Gragas gone, Kha'Zix, Ivern, we might see Rek'Sai come in for Xerxes. It's been the pick for him where he could be really aggressive. He's not a Lee Sin player, so he's not going to pick that. If he is going for like a ganking jungler, it is Rek'Sai. There's of course the Hecarim, which also is an option for him.
I think the Hecarim's a little bit too slow for this, and they kind of need something like maybe the Warwick.
Another one
can actually have a bit earlier impact, and Warwick, especially with the blood scent, can actually traverse the map very quickly. So you know, you can kind of get to problem areas very quickly, and that might help Unicorns react quicker.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of you know, Unicorn's strategy going into this game. If they think they need early aggression, then it is, you know, we're looking at Warwick, Rek'Sai.
I'm not even thinking early aggression. I'm thinking early defenses so that you don't get so far behind.
I guess that is one thing. Obviously, otherwise, if they do go Hecarim, it's because they're saying we are confident in the scaling. And yes, despite 2 games it went wrong, they believe they can fix that for the 3rd game.
Try again.
Yep, I love the optimism. Let's see what Unicorns decide to do. A lot of mid lane focus in phase 2. Cassio, Oreo, Syndra taken off the table. Double lift and Bjergsen, the last 2 members to lock in their roles.
I mean, Corki is still available. We saw Exile play that last time as a fine blind pick for Unicorns. The Ashe, 3rd time for double lift. Why change it? It's been actually very successful.
And what's the reply? Corki and something else? Corki and Warwick, Corki and Rek'Sai?
I mean, it literally just depends on what they want to do with their jungler. If they want scaling, we're looking at Hecarim. If they want early ganks, we're looking at Rek'Sai. If they want dueling power, we're looking at Warwick. Like, there's enough options for Xerxes. Seems like he wants the Warwick.
All right, I actually do like Warwick. He got some buffs on 713. You actually don't even have to build the Tiamat, although you probably will, because you get to start with your Rejuve so easily. But the increased clear on the Cinderhulk, as well as the extra mana, both benefit Warwick. And I think he'll be pretty happy with that one.
This time around, Unicorns did not ban the Kassadin, so TSM did not take the LeBlanc from them.
And they were kind of banking on the fact that Bjergsen hasn't put in a lot of time on Kassadin, I believe, by early picking that LeBlanc with the Kassadin still up. The other thing we always mention is that LeBlanc still can, you know, have pressure early on a Kassadin in lane, especially if, you know, they go for the 2 versus 2s.
So that's actually the funny thing now. TSM's late game, I really like it. Like, I really like their late game setup with the Kassadin, where for me it's Unicorns of Love who needs to snowball early now and not go to late game, which normally is not the playstyle they like to play. They have to actually now show a great early game.
The one thing I'm seeing here, the open window for Unicorns of Love, the 2 versus 2 in a LeBlanc with a Warwick versus Kassadin and Kha'Zix. If the LeBlanc starts it off, how you want to do from the bottom side, you can have LeBlanc start the initiation, chain the Kassadin. Once Warwick gets in there, you can have the fear for, even if Kha'Zix is there for a counter gank, you get both of them in the fear and you can still focus one down.
I also think the top lane, if it is a 2v2 setup, is good for Unicorns of Love. But again, so much comes down to how good is the early game. It's not been great 2 games in a row. They do not have the better late game combo all of a sudden against TSM. So TSM can actually sit back and play more passive this time around and be like, okay, Unicorns, what can you do?
Game 1 all over again, potentially. Let's see what Unicorns can do and whether or not they can make any of these skirmishes or ganks. God forbid tower dives work in their favor this time round. It is game 3 in the Rift Rivals finals between North America and Europe. TSM have outclassed UOL 2 games in a row, and they just need 1 more Nexus to be claiming the title.
TSM have only dropped a single game the entire tournament, and looking to keep it that way as well. Let's see if they go for the same Raptor invade with multiple people trying to slow down Xerxes. The thing with Warwick is Warwick will often also start on a buff with the Q. You get that percentage health damage. You can burn the buff down pretty quickly. You want to get to your blood scent next. And you can have some actually very early moves. He doesn't kind of have to start Raptors, and actually doesn't have AoE to help with starting Raptors.
Yeah, I've seen blue buff starts quite often. Like blue buff, do Grom, but then like start going and doing like the full clear, or blue buff into the wolf camp.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the blue buff wolf into red buff and getting out there to fight people, because at level 3, very powerful duelist, as you said before. And especially, I have my eyes on this mid lane because it would kind of flip the entire script and sort of face of the game if Unicorns were the ones who go aggressive early and around mid.
And that's where it's on Bjergsen to obviously not try and play aggressive early on. Kassadin, so much of it is just about trading with Q on the enemy champion and just last hitting with your auto attacks and your W for the minions, and don't push the wave. Bot lane though, Unicorns are off.
Biofrost gets knocked up by the Grand Entrance, finds the Flay though. Level 1v level 1, it's Bio that's chunked down to 50, and Double gets a little bit back, and a little bit of consumables being burned through.
This duo is so good at trading with that deadly plumage early on. Both of them getting the attack speed buff, and you can see they got quite a significant amount of damage off in that little trade.
Well, let's see whether or not Samux and Hillsong can use it to get an advantage. Remember last game, they were down 30 CS by 5 minutes. Engage goes in, Biofrost is caught out, flashes may be needed, already used, somebody heal! First blood picked up by Hillsong. Double F's trying to turn around, Samux and Hilly now running for their lives.
Yeah, Biofrost right here, disrespecting how strong Rakan and Xayah are. Level 1 with that W from Xayah going on to Rakan as well. Mid lane, we see just a little bit of trading and a minion chasing Exile down.
Yeah, huge disrespect. And Unicorns do, with the earlier game-oriented draft, go aggressive in the early game. Bottom lane getting first blood like that is unexpected, though. Even with that matchup, usually, especially after an early trade like Bio already took, you would see him hover back more, but he's playing so aggressively.
And there's just really no reason for him to actually go aggressive right there, and that's why it's so easy for Unicorns to just punish him. Double if trying to do what he can in return, but kill already secured for Samux. Early back, he can get then his longsword and return to lane. And meanwhile, Xerxes on this Warwick here, he's just clearing his entire jungle. He's not even needed for level 3 ganks.
Exactly, feels quite good for him. Meanwhile, on the top side, Hunter going for a trade during the exhausted mini Gnar state. Definitely what you want to keep track of in those trades with the Gnar.
Do you see Hillsong around the mid lane? Control ward being placed as well, so kind of banking on no ward being here in the mid lane. They want to get a flash.
Hold on, rooted in place, knocked in the air. Flash is available, not even needed. Xerxes unable to get in range and proc that fear. So 3.5 minutes in, Unicorns have got first blood very early on. I'm getting flashbacks and deja vu to game 1 of the series, albeit the kill's in a different lane.
So remember, last game, Unicorns also even got flash burned on Doublelift early. So they've got a lot of advantages early on over the bottom lane, but Doublelift and Biofrost have been playing their way out of those early disadvantages so far. We'll see if they can keep it up, though. Xayah and Rakan, definitely a duo that can pressure that.
And we'll keep our eyes on how UOL continue to adapt, because they really need to work on this early to mid-game transition that has fallen flat. And, Kobe, in the previous game, you talked about how the NA teams will be taking some experience and knowledge and development back to their own region. UOL and EU and G2 and Fnatic and every other team watching, I really want to see what they're going to be doing and how they're going to figure up, and how do they just step up? How do they fix these flaws that have been exposed? And
they have a week to figure that out. For now, Unicorns of Love, they just want to win this game here and at least make sure it's not a 3-0. And they're actually off to a good start with Xayah Rakan. We're still kind of following Xerxes. He's invaded into the jungle of TSM. He's on a ward recalling, but good order clear for him. We'll have enough gold to also go back and get his Tiamat. And he's a happy man.
Yeah, very happy. And especially in this matchup, even if the Kha'Zix finds you isolated, if he jumps on you, you can have your damage reduction with your E and then have it go the full duration, then popping off in the fear buys you quite a lot of time. And Warwick himself can even turn those early trades around. Very good if they meet up in the 1 versus 1. And look at that, early vision even in favor of Unicorns of Love. They get the scuttle, their priority on bottom side, and that early control ward you talked about.
Yeah, always one of the problems when you have a Kassadin on your team is you can't really fight a whole lot of river vision because you're just kind of sitting there under your tower, crying for help 24/7 and just saying you want to just farm. Doublelift bottom lane right now. Might get caught out.
Sven is coming down the river, though. They have to be careful. Biofrost does get caught.
A lot of damage already down. Samex and Hilly trying to shut him down. They will get the first kill of the fight before Samex is shut down. Svenskeren manages to leap forward, and Hilly throws down the flash. Gonna look underneath the tower. Doublelift sends out the volley. Not enough to get the kill.
So despite Unicorns of Love having all the early wards here, they actually get surprised by Svenskeren being on the bottom side, and that's why they end up trading 1-for-1 in the trade. Xerxes is only level 5, no ulti yet from him. And he's just down here to protect Hylissang a little bit and make sure he doesn't die on the tower. And of course, steal away all the farm.
Of course, number one jungler.
I mean, that is what you do as a jungler.
Svenskeren, though, going to steal away his Raptors while he steals away his teammates' farm. So in the end, it is actually TSM that may get those rewards. They did see him walk over a ward, though. Let's see if Exile and Xerxes will be able to punish him. He's activated the blood scent. I guess it just fell off.
If he wants to run down anybody.
Too late.
Yep, Raptor camp's already gone. You see Warwick stats for Xerxes. 6 wins, 2 losses. Definitely one of his sort of signature champions here in the ULCS.
And after that play, Biofrost back out to number one objective, controlling the Vizier around the mid lane. TSM do have advantage here in the brush.
Death Sentence comes down. Xerxes still no access to his ultimate. Dash over the wall for Svenskeren. Exile forced to distort backwards. It's going to be Hilly going down, and Bjergsen gets his first kill of the game.
And these are the kind of mistakes Unicorns of Love they just can't afford to make with their composition. They end up diving in here without having level 6 on Xerxes. Everyone from TSM had already moved up to join the fight, and Hylissang just dies.
The unfortunate thing there for Xerxes, he activated Blood Scent and walked so quickly towards the brush that he isolated himself from Hylissang for the very beginning. So Sven did get a first empowered Q off with the isolated damage to start this trade, I believe. Yeah, the support and jungler are working together, but he's a bit too far, so big burst of damage. And then when they chase over, he does not follow. They all get split up. TSM are 100% ready for this. They were the ones setting the play up to begin with.
Exactly, and Hylissang ended up using every single cooldown, and obviously LeBlanc can just distortion back to get out. But there's no way out for Hylissang once he's actually going in there, meaning that he just ends up dying without really even being close to getting a kill. And that's now 2 kills for TSM, and they suddenly even out that goal lead.
Well, there we go. Even game as we approach 8 minutes. Caught a glimpse there of Hornsa and Chachi trading back and forth. Hornsa was looking for the barrel under the tower, but Chachi was able to hop away to safety. And take a look at those stats on your screen.
KDA player.
Svenskeren has only died once this final so far, and 75% kill participation.
Yeah, he has absolutely been going off on this Kha'Zix pick, multiple games. Going legendary, actually. Now he's invading with his top laner pushing up on top side. Even though his mid laner had recalled, still is advisable to go for basically the first half of that invade. Don't want to overextend and go for the wolves. He just drops off extra vision, and he can try and actually affect mid lane next.
I still find it super interesting how all these American junglers have actually looked, or the NA junglers, even though some of them obviously are. EU imports have looked so good in this tournament here.
One of them.
One of them being that.
Yep.
That is one of them, this guy on your screen. But I mean, the NA junglers right now have just been really outplaying a lot of the European junglers this tournament. And it's something to go and look back at for the European teams to be like, how do we enable that jungler more? How do you make sure the jungler is actually with his mid laner, with his support, and making plays together?
It's not the first time we've actually had that narrative this year. Back in spring, IEM, when EU representatives went over, were shown up by Casa, and we heard so many stories in the spring split of how EU LCS junglers needed to learn and adapt and adjust to the jungle pathing. We'll see what they can take away from Rift Rivals. Hilly and Samex moving forward was looking for that grand entrance, but nothing followed.
And once again, you can see the bottom lane here, Biofrost, whether he's on Braum, whether he's on Thresh, he's continually waiting in brush by Doublelift. So Unicorns are never sure if Doublelift is pushing up by himself or if he's laning by himself. If Biofrost has slipped into the fog of war for a very long time, they have to respect his roam at the same time as his lane pressure because he has counter-ganked them many times by mid.
Well, 2 chains into infinite duress. Flash forward, Xerxes kills Bjergsen.
I was just about to say, we need to see something from Xerxes here with that ulti ready. You gotta start snowballing your lanes, and the fact that Bjergsen actually jumped aggressively in the mid lane allowed Exile to land the chains.
All right, let's see what Svenskeren does. He actually hovered down the mid lane. He wants to clean up the extra minions here and put a stop to this pressure. little bit of damage onto the turret, but not much.
All right, flash is used already by Hornster. The Gnar comes out as well as a big barrel. Chachi takes 2 turret shots. He's forced to run for his life, trading into minions.
Warwick on the way, though. Blood sent over Haunter. He has to respect this. Even though the ultimate was used from Circe, they could go for a tower dive if Haunter was getting a bit too aggressive there. So that's why he backs off under turret just to pick up the farm.
Visit Chachi's able to escape this time round. If I recall correctly, he died to expect not a week or 2 ago in a very similar scenario.
That is true. Bjergsen used his TP back to the mid lane, didn't want to go join a fight in the top lane, to see if he maybe could get that kill on Visichachi. Let's see if we see a Svenskeren on top side.
Teleport as well.
Xerxes there.
No infinite duress for Xerxes. The fear not going to connect. It does right at the end. Boomerang Blade comes down. Svenskeren reckons he wants this fight. Has got the leap to safety if needed. Chachi continues to chase, hops forward, gets the hyper proc. Xerxes not going to be able to find any more. Not enough hard CC in that lane without Mega Gnar or Warwick's ultimate. Take a quick trade mid lane, and Exile's getting chunked down by Bjergsen.
Yeah, during all these trades too, we do have to keep in mind, you know, the goals of these 2 team compositions. And as Deficio was talking about super early on, the scaling this time for TSM definitely quite a bit better, and that's why Unicorns need to keep up these plays in this proactive style.
Yeah, and that's also why it's a bit of a problem for them. Bjergsen is now hit level 9 in the mid lane. He can actually go aggressive on Exile. He's not really under a lot of pressure. He died that one time we saw earlier against Xerxes, but whenever he sees the Warwick in another lane, he jumps Exile instantly. And that actually means now that this Kassadin has gotten past the worst point of his game, which is very, very early on. And we always know Kassadin on stage, he tends to find these openings where he gets a few kills and he gets to the late game part.
Well, luckily, Bjergsen's opponent Exile has got a little bit more mobility. Luckily for UOL, that is. So if Double Lift tries to go NA Sniper and send those Ash arrows down, maybe Exile can escape. And Deficio used the phrase, worst part of the game for Kassadin. Well, UOL at 15 minutes in both previous games was down 5,300 and 5,600 gold respectively. Now they're only down 500 gold as we're getting closer to this mid game.
And you have to keep your eyes on the river vision. We were giving, you know, praise to Unicorns after their bottom lane got first blood, and they were pushing up that they had a lot, but TSM have retaken it.
All right, quickness comes out. Death Sentence actually interrupts. Hylissang. Svenskeren's going to jump in, and with the help of Double Lift, pick up an easy kill for TSM.
And not only river vision, but also entire red quadrant vision. TSM slipped through. Svenskeren is there, unannounced, able to pick up another kill onto Hylissang after he goes very aggressive.
TSM is just very good at predicting the plays. They saw that one coming a mile away. You saw once again Bifrost standing so far away from Double Lift. Hylissang actually flashed in, and Double Lift already clicked the lantern. He was out of there straight away, and Hylissang ends up then getting caught.
Oh, Exile again with a double change trade. Xerxes does not pull the trigger for infinite duress under the tower.
Also keep in mind, Exile was standing and tanking the entire wave right there. Bjergsen was just sitting at his tower being like, okay, I'm currently winning the trade. If you keep auto-attacking me, I got the minions on my side.
Dragon gets started here, by the way, Kobe. Sorry to cut you off. That'll be the 23rd of Rift Rivals for TSM, and total 52 for North American LCS.
NA Drake, let's take another look at this, because again, keep talking about Bio, slipping into the fog of war, being on the top side, away from Double Lift so they can get the most out of their lanterns. He even gets just outside of the knockup, and again, punishes Hille. After Unicorns go for this play, Svenskeren had been walking through the Unicorns' right quadrant the entire time as well, easily able to slip in for the extra kill.
So 2,000 gold ahead now for TSM. Oh, Hansa tries to interrupt the jump.
Does indeed. Krager's barrel comes out, and Xerxes already left. I saw Exile's Mimic clone in between 2 towers, and UOL just fishing for opportunities, but falling slightly behind.
All right, now TSM are just winning this early game through the bottom lane, with, of course, also Svenskeren being around when he's needed, and that means that Bjergsen once again gets free time in the mid lane to sit and farm. Almost level 11, 2,000 gold lead for the team that is currently outscaling the Unicorns of Love. So that is, once again, why we actually need to see Xerxes and Hylissang just... They have to almost keep gambling and try and go for some of these really aggressive engages. Problem is just they're backfiring because, once again, TSM, they know exactly where they are on the map, and they're really good at actually responding.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Turret dive a Kassadin that has a constantly roaming Thresh? I'm actually going to check the stats after this game and check on Biofrost's proximity to Double Lift, because he has done a very good job denying information to Unicorns of Love. Now they're moving up the river, though. They're passing control wards, so Exile should see them.
All right, Double Lift. Can you find the Enchanted Crystal Arrow? Decides not to pull the trigger yet.
But then what I want to see from Unicorns, if it's not, you know, hey, we can't really go mid lane, then top lane is an opening for you. Visitachi will win the side lane split push, but Xerxes walked up there with ulti, then just stepped away because he had no vision of the rest of TSM, so he had to just play safe. He's now level 9. We've seen one ulti from him so far. We need to see more if you want to really snowball this composition, and this top lane tower is very low. There's a chance for Unicorns to pick up some gold. Right now, Exile might be under pressure, though.
Taking a look for Ashe, looking for that Ashe arrow. That has to be the way in.
He was hoping that Exile would distortion the wave to try and wave clear, and then you could obviously shoot the arrow onto him. But Exile didn't do it.
Yeah, that implied pressure, the implied threat of Biofrost, constantly out of vision. Going to keep them playing safe. Turret almost even going down here, but Unicorn's teleporting in.
All right, Exile's going to find the charm. That's a two-man knock-up, the quickness to follow. Bjergsen's already out to the fight. Double Lift fires down the arrow, catches onto Hilly as Chachi's TP kills Double Lift.
Good pick for Unicorns. They need to get some pressure on the objective afterwards as well. Bjergsen!
Oh, Bjergsen forced to flash away, but Exile traded his in reply. Svenskeren waiting over the walls of the Raptor camp, and Hornster's got a big cask waiting.
Bjergsen with TP up. He's going back to base now. They were pinging on a ward behind Unicorns, but they're not going for it. This is what we want to see, you know, some aggressive plays here. You gotta keep forcing some of these fights before TSM gets full late game. I like the engage from Unicorns of Love. Sadly for them, they only got that one kill, but they got tower at least, and now someone's fighting.
Sticking around, and Hornster kills Exile. There's the teleport you talked about as Bjergsen. Rift walks into the river. Defensive flash from Samux already. Hilly's gonna try dash to safety. Four-man stack. Gets the knock-up in, gets the flight back out. Hilly and Samux trying to get the damage down as TSM get one and then get away.
See if they actually defend the top turret here. Double does move in for the minion waves, even though Unicorns of Love have the brush. How safe does he feel? Hawkshot is available, by the way.
He shot the other. He thinks they're all back in base.
He's toast.
No flash for Double Lift. Looking for the knock-up. Manages to find it. Unicorns kill Double Lift.
Nice little waiting game there for the Unicorns of Love. Double Lift definitely expecting him back in base. Svenskeren, I don't think he can do this.
No, but he's got Biofrost there and, you know, multiple escapes possible. But Rift Herald going to go down. Probably top turret can go down. Unicorns of Love pressing this mid game just as they need to.
What was that term? Thanks for the leash. As Unicorns of Love pick up the Rift Herald. They've got one tower to their name. The second will fall. And this will keep Unicorns of Love within gold touching distance of TSM.
Such a huge moment. It was TSM waiting in that brush in the mid lane, hoping they could catch Exile. So when they actually stepped into the lane, Unicorns, they were ready. TPing behind with Visitachi, win the fight, get mid tower as well. And then the follow-up kill on Double Lift. So let's see it again. This after TSM steps in towards this mid lane tower, getting a bit greedy, and instantly just get punished by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, Visitachi is on Double Lift right now, so there's no way he's getting out of this without summoner spells. And as you talked about, after the pick here, Unicorns of Love able to take down this turret. However, then TSM used a teleport of their own to get the kill back. Oh, we're back in it.
We are indeed, and Bjergsen's already dead. Horns thrown down the barrel to try and buy some time as Samux was the one that got that credit. Svenskeren's running for his life and TSM disengage.
Oh, not going to be able to do so.
No, they're not. Infinite Duress comes out. The knock-up is flashed away from Bio.
I think TSM are actually getting too lax. Yesterday on the desk, I said the one thing you don't want to do against Unicorns in the mid-game, send your AD carry to split push on the side waves, because that's why charging mid works for them.
Another flash use, so it's Biofrost and Double Lift. The gnaw backwards into the Blade Caller route. It's a kill for Exile. The Rift Herald slams down the mid-inner turret, and the Unicorns have a gold lead as we approach 20 minutes.
It's all about that mid lane right now. They're just finding the picks. TSM, they walk straight into it, and then another great engage from Unicorns of Love. That's two turrets in the mid lane going down. Let's see, so Bjergsen jumps forward, but again, he's forgetting he's in the mid lane.
And he's forgetting that they sent Double Lift top again. So Double Lift went top. He died before, you know, they got him out of the brush. But again, as you said, they go mid lane while their AD carry is top. He cannot join, and Unicorns, that's exactly what they love. They jump on the opportunity there, going aggressive and getting some more out of that mid lane. lane.
And then TSM feels like they have to try and defend this one, despite being against a Rift Herald as well. And the Mega now coming up from Chachi. Great engagement, even getting a flash from Doublelift, and then lands the two-man stun into a great ulti.
That just means Unicorns take the lead. 8 kills to 4, plus 2,000 gold after 20 minutes. And tournament life is on the line. This is the first time the Unicorns have had a gold lead at 20 minutes in the entirety of Rift Rivals 2017.
And the one game where they really needed, because they did not have the scaling comp on their side. Obviously, the late game teamfight with things like Xayah and Gnar can definitely do a lot of damage, but you're always just afraid of that Kassadin.
Yeah, now things get interesting here, and we do have to keep track of the setups. Lots of Unicorn vision into the blue quadrant of TSM, and currently they are actually grouping up back around mid once again. The Ocean Drake is available to pull them out, and he gets charmed.
All right, Svenskern's running for his life. No flash available to him. Void Assault will buy a few seconds of time. Samax looking, the lantern from Biofrost gets Svenskern to safety.
Good moves, and you can see the mind games. This is something that Shaco players learned a long time ago, but right before you go invisible, walk the direction you are not going to run after you use your invisibility skill, and he's able to juke them for just long enough there.
There's a Chachi trading very happily into Haunter here. Got that Warden's Mail, a little bit of armor, and Xerxes, as it stands, he's now going to look for the Dragon. Okay, Doublelift's a target, no flash, remember. Chachi was able to bait that earlier.
Yeah, now TSM just falling apart because there's so much mobility on the side of Unicorns of Love with LeBlanc and Rakan in here. So whenever a no-flash AD carry steps forward in any lane, well, he might get jumped instantly. Great reaction from Unicorns of Love, and it's all just based around them pulling the trigger.
All right, well, now we have to worry about the teleports coming in as well, as Hanzo's getting very low under his turret. TSM are here.
Xerxes, infinite erase over the wall, uses that one defensively. The tower still lives. If I look at the minimap, Bjergsen and Exile trading in the top lane, and as it stands, Samax just farming mid lane. So UOL, they keep their gold lead and they're spreading TSM across the map, spreading them quite thin as it stands.
I mean, they want to keep finding Doublelift as well. Make sure you can never actually get any farm in any lanes. Right now, though, it is just a full reset. Everyone going back to base from the Unicorns of Love. You got to get your items, not your control wards. That's, of course, important to highlight.
Pretty funny that TSM now need to reset their mindset, right? Because the last 2 games have been smashing, just overwhelming advantages for them that they haven't had to worry about defensive vision, about having to reset up, you know, those tools so that they can safely farm the lanes. You know, step number 1 wasn't really a worry before, but now it is, and it should, you know, be on their radar after Doublelift has died 3 times in a row.
And it's nice to see the Unicorns, when they have the opportunity, can show a measure of control. We wanted to see it in game 2 of this series, but TSM never gave them a chance. TSM had the tower dive that strangled the life out of UOL in that game. Now let's see what UOL's mid-game is like. They've got a small lead, they've got a mid-game team composition, which we talked about a little bit, and they are starting to pull TSM around the map, but flashes are becoming available, so that opens up opportunities for TSM.
And they have Samax sitting right now with 4 kills. Already completed 2 full items and has a BF sword as well coming in. So extremely strong on his side. Very hard for Doublelift to actually deal damage in these fights because he's playing an AD carry with no sort of mobilities against things like a Mega Gnar, things like a Warwick that can very easily actually get to him. So he, most of the time, will probably just be running away and trying to land like long-range volleys. Samax should be able to play more aggressive in the fights here.
Has been on the front line a lot. I'm looking at teleports, by the way. All 4 are available. Looking at vision. Unicorns of Love invading into the darkness. A little bit risky here, but they've got numbers advantage, and Chachi's got that TP up, which I mentioned.
The problem for Unicorns, though, is they've placed all the control wards at the Baron itself, so they can't actually deny a whole lot of TSM vision in here. You can see a lot of wards being placed still by TSM, so they actually know, okay, you're sitting in that brush, or you're sitting near the red buff. Now they're with the sweeper. They do actually take one of the wards out, and they're trying to just make sure that no one knows what's happening, and maybe Baron is started, maybe they're hiding somewhere, you don't actually know.
Yeah, the benefits of, you know, using Ash
that one's awarded.
And having one of those AD carries with less mobility is that he does have the Hawk Shot and is helping another form of checking the Baron for vision. But slowly but surely, you need to move up the ward line through the red quadrant to gain vision of those corridors leading up to it.
And it's a little bit too easy for Svenskeren to walk in and place a ward here, simply based on the fact that Unicorns, again, did not fully deny all the vision here, and TSM actually kind of knew exactly where they were with that ward near the red buff. And they are easily able to stop the Baron. Meanwhile, mid lane fights.
All right, Lantern to safety once again. Looking at the itemization really quickly, by the way. 2 items on the way for Exile as he gets chunked down by the Lichbane fully stacked rower of Bjergsen. Ash Arrow caught the Mimic. I think that was the ultimate of LeBlanc. Is now Svenskeren. He's looking for Samux. Samux with the Feather Storm, forced to flash to safety. A great gnaw! Buys enough time for Samux to escape. Hauntz's barrel was better! Svenskeren gets the first kill, followed quickly by Double Lift. Bjergsen, another for Svenskeren. TSM, ace, Unicorn.
Clean ace, and that's going to be Baron. TSM looking to put North America on the top.
Haunza, the hero, manages to bounce Unicorns away. And the Unicorns of Love lose Baron, lose control, and they're in a game where their opponents scale. That might lose them the game.
All that hard work here from the Unicorns of Love, it does not pay off because they end up going right back into the mid lane. Looking for another fight. He's actually fine with the clone poke and the arrow.
Take a look at Double Lift's early flash here. As soon as he sees the quickness activated by Hilly, he knows it's coming.
It's also about Samux, though, being so far forward here, so he's forced to use everything defensively. And now with the Gragas coming in, it's so easy for Haunter just to land it on multiple members.
Exactly. Haunter there even survives the entire engagement afterwards, healing back up. TSM now with a very big opportunity to get more from Unicorns.
I think that Megana also from Chachi only actually hit Haunter and then some minions that got pushed into the wall. All the carries from TSM were still standing far enough away, so they weren't actually touched by it. Suddenly there's no CC because Hylissang had used everything at the start of the fight.
All right.
There's a Chachi wants to try to chase him down, Kobe.
No, Kobe, you can take it.
No...
He has failed.
Yep.
Let me update you on the status of chasing down Bjergsen.
They're trying again. Nope, failed again.
It's just the distortion that jumped in. Team Solo Mid, 2,000 gold in the lead. I'm going to go back to something we were talking about a little bit earlier. Unicorns of Love, they showed some growth in this game, but now they have to bounce back from behind. They have to deal with this Baron-empowered TSM. And Lantern from Double Lift doesn't get the tower quite. A few more hits will take it down.
Yeah, a few more hits on that one. Bjergsen can take up the top side one as well. Talking about that Baron power play and how much TSM have the opportunity to get here from Unicorns. Tremendous amount of real estate on Summoner's Rift. Ocean Drake coming up in a couple seconds as well. Might be a key point.
Teleport's available for Bjergsen if a fight continues to break out. Svenskeren and Haunter looking for some targets.
Yeah, they have Baron buffs, so they just want to delay for their split pusher. Bjergsen right now, tremendous pressure on the top side. He has teleport available. It's all the cards are TSM's right now. It's just up to them playing them correctly.
That's the problem, obviously, for Unicorns of Love. They were kind of relying on them not having, a bad fight or making a mistake around Baron, and suddenly they get that bad fight here. TSM, they get right back into the game, multiple kills on their side, and they pick up the Baron buff that actually Unicorns of Love needed to start closing out the game. And that's where suddenly you can see it right in front of you. You're so close, you're almost feeling it, and then everything just gets taken away.
Unicorns of Love, by the way, got a total 10 kills in their 2 previous games. They get one more, they will equal it. Unfortunately, though, they ain't going to be very difficult. That's a good stun into Double Lift. He's able to QSS his way to safety. Infinite Duress comes out. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Haunter's down on the side of TSM, but the 4-man stack is flying forward. TSM have lost a second. Svenskeren's out. Samux is still relatively untouched. Now he's getting hammered down. Blade Caller comes out as Bjergsen Rift walks to safety. Xerxes gets caught by the death sentence. Buys a couple times. Samux gets the kill, though, and Bio's going to be the next target. Hilly will have his cooldowns available soon as Bjergsen waits in the wings. He stood right on top of a ward, though, and forced to run away. Teleport coming out from Exile into the mid lane.
Yeah, not only the ward, but Blood Scent. You can't hide from that. Xerxes on the trail.
Oh, and Atlanta, no, just takes the gate.
Gonna look for an engage, decides to bounce away. Exile, how confident is he feeling? Decides against it.
All right, you get your kills right there, Trevor, for Unicorns of Love. 12 now in this game. Samux sitting with 7 here on this Xayah. Let's see what happens in the fight. So, good engage from Hylissang onto Double Lift, and then the ulti from Xerxes, I believe it just misses a Double Lift right there. Meanwhile, the Haunter's on the tower, so he can't really stay alive.
Yeah, Haunter's taking the turret as well. as the rest of the Unicorns, DPS. So he goes down very quickly. And TSM, unable to get that counter kill onto Exile, was huge. He gets just barely out.
So the fact that Unicorns can just kind of jump in and out of tower range. Whenever they feel like, okay, I'm under threat, step under the tower, TSM can't really chase under. They were fighting just outside of it, making it hard for TSM to do anything.
Yeah. Regardless, though, because TSM had pushed up so heavily, there was no extra objective there for Unicorns. Even after they win the fight, the Drake will go over to TSM.
And you can see in that fight right there, 48 damage from Xerxes. Ulti just missed, it looked like. QSS was obviously used by Doublelift earlier.
And that means TSM get their second dragon of the game. They still maintain control of the game, but slight reset here. Unicorns, after 30 minutes, they had lost both previous games by this point. Now they need to claw back some of this lead, and their composition can do well. They're going to be very careful with how and where they pick their fights.
They're trying to preemptively get some pressure on mid and top here to kind of deny or force TSM back from their split push, because Bjergsen is going to try and split push all day here. And it does not work as they invade into the jungle and have to recall back to deal with it anyway. Bjergsen's still probably going to claim his prize.
So easily takes down the tower. And, you know, all week long, I've heard Deficio backstage saying, you know, Kassadin just works on stage, man. Kassadin on stage is a different beast to every other Kassadin in solo queue or elsewhere.
I mean, it's just, I feel so often with Western teams on stage, it's rare you have games where teams can, you know, snowball on the Kassadin in the early game and then cleanly close out the game before Kassadin gets to like see strong team fighting. So often in almost every Western game I watch, there is some mistakes where Kassadin has a way back in the game.
Yeah, and I think it was also possible this game, but as you said in that team fight much earlier on, the main one in the mid lane that started all off, where Samix went too deep into the TSM lineup and Haunter came around to punish them, that was really the big turning point. Samix right now is the damage output for Unicorns of Love. You know, with this Infinity Edge build, you just got the 7 kills, all the crits coming through. He has to be the one to play their team fight specifically very well.
And it's so hard for him because he's against so many things that's trying to basically jump him over and over. That's kind of thing with Kassadin, is when he jumps in your face, you always want to just target him straight away, but then he has Hourglass, he flashes out or jumps out with his ulti the second time, and then you just divert all this damage towards him while there's still 4 other guys you have to deal with on the side of TSM, but still, could be very even team fights if Samix can do well.
Yeah, TSM were actually setting up for that one. Bile trying to get Exile as he goes back to Distortion, but a little bit early means there will be no engage. He's Mega.
Mega Gnar manages to connect Svenskeren against the wall. The Lantern's taken by Haunter. Svenskeren's out the fight, but there's damage onto Bjergsen. He goes golden with the Hourglass. Samix puts down the Featherstorm into nothing. TSM have already disengaged. Nobody's died yet.
Doublelift is actually playing it so well. He hits the arrow too.
Exile was stunned up for a few seconds. Up on the front line, all of a sudden Xerxes getting more than 48 damage this time round. They trade mid laner for support. Bjergsen stays alive. Gets away. TSM are winning this fight.
Unicorns almost managed to chain CC the Kassadin, but he got the Hourglass off. Samix still alive.
He is indeed. Look at the damage coming down from Doublelift though as Samix gets shut down by TSM.
And suddenly you lose that fight. It's the same thing. You look at a Kassadin, you want to kill him. He gets the Hourglass off. He's jumping out. That was almost everything invested by Unicorns on him. And suddenly then Doublelift can turn the fight around with the rest of TSM.
That's key. Doublelift on this Ash, which you talked about, he was going to have such a difficult time with all the ways that Unicorns can dive him, but Bjergsen takes the point. He goes in on Kassadin with the Zhonyas. He takes a bunch of the, aggression. Svenskeren as well on the opposite side had to jump out, and Doublelift keeps up his DPS, working around those cooldowns. You have to track those crowd control abilities. Vizicachi going to start out here, and Sven has to get out of the corner.
Yeah, and that's already a problem now for Unicorns, that the big Mega Gnar is used here on tanks. But look at this, just getting the Hourglass in time, jumps out, flashes away. A lot of cooldowns used right now on Kassadin, and suddenly TSM with Haunter in the front line can actually turn around and now go aggressive again.
And then Doublelift hits the arrow for the follow-up here. They get the re-engage. Kassadin part 2. Bjergsen goes in, he gets a huge amount of damage and barely got out of that one on the side. No extra damage there during the infinite duress, and he still lived.
At the very end, they also get the kill on Samix. But really also the start here with Vizicachi. Flash available, good flank setup, but then he only gets that Mega Gnar on both the Kha'Zix and the Gragas, and not able to get on to someone like Doublelift or Bjergsen with it means that TSM's carries, they do stay alive.
Well, it's 10,000 gold almost for TSM in the lead. Gentlemen, do you remember when TSM's last international BO5 was? Shall I tell you? It was in 2015 Intel Extreme Masters World Final, and it was the last time they got a 3-0 as well. They're on the verge of doing it again against Europe. However, Samux has something to say about it before Hillesan gets shut down. Featherstorm goes out, and despite losing a member early, TSM are putting it back on UOL. Xerxes running for his life as Bjergsen uses the hourglass under the tower. Death sentence onto Samux may sentence UOL to death. Exile gets one back before being shut down himself, and TSM have long death timers to work with.
They've got 3 members here with only Samux standing in their way. 2 Nexus turrets to go down.
The Nexus turrets are falling. First is the victim. Baron-empowered minions. They've got to deal with Samux. The death sentence might just be it. Yes, it is. Doublelift secures the ace as the Nexus turrets slowly take it down.
Hill is now up. They've got another challenger to approach, but it's just the support.
Yeah, there's too many minions. There's too much damage. And on this day, your Rift rival champions, TSM, declare NA greater than EU.
And they will return to North America a very happy team. Hard work paying off, improvements in their mid-game, improvements in their coordination, improvements in their shot calling. TSM only drop a single game here at Rift Rivals.
I think just that coordination point is just so key with Svenskeren and Biofrost, Svenskeren and Bjergsen as well. Them always managing to coordinate these plays. Early on, just none of the European teams had an answer against the mid lane pressure with the jungler as well from TSM.
Exceptional performance. The undoubtable best team from groups. The undoubtable best team in the finals.
The undoubted best team in the West.
Proven in the finals. Rift rival champions. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your Rift Rivals champions, TSM! While NA teams will be taking back jubilation, growth, development, a hell of a lot of bragging rights. EU goes back to the drawing board and figures out what the hell we're doing wrong.
A lot of things, it seems, right now, but yes, that is something for the European teams to look at. A lot of praise goes to North America. They came in here and they looked way better than the European teams.
Definitely excited to see what TSM, Phoenix One, and Cloud9 look like next week in the North American LCS, and what Immortals and CLG have to say about it. They have better have used the extra week of practice well, because the teams here,
they've been bugging the EU teams. They're trying to pick up some of those strategies.
Yes.
Huge smiles on the side of TSM. And you know what? That was a difficult game 3. They were behind. Yeah. There was struggles, but TSM it didn't really feel like they were ever a threat, despite being behind in control at times.
I mean, but that's where you know that this team was just a step above the rest, because even when they were under pressure, it never felt like they just fell apart completely. Like, they lost a few kills here and there, then figured out, okay, Unicorns of Love, they need to make some of these plays right now to actually win the game, and then they actually had an answer. Won some of those fights. Cassidy got to 3 items, and Bjergsen was in and out of these fights buying time, and I think this TSM, very well-rounded team that showed a lot of promise both early game, but also once we saw some of these team fights here.
Oh, just great performance overall, and man, so many question marks left unanswered. Like, came into this event with a lot of expectations, and they were flipped on their head. We walk away with now, what did they do back in NA, these 3 squads that showed up in EU? Where does Phoenix One go? Oh, they were number 8 last week? Kobe, you're pointing up, all the way up. Do they make playoffs again? Do they contest for semifinals again? I mean,
Playoff seems like a very, very realistic goal for Phoenix One at this point.
I just really hope right now for the European teams that, while of course losing this tournament really sucks for a lot of them and for all the fans, hopefully they are actually learning a lot and maybe realizing that some of these unique strategies that we see from certain European teams at an international level might not always be the best, because we saw them actually being super exposed.
Yes, I mean, we've seen members of Fnatic talking about their style. If it doesn't work against NA teams, it's not going to work against Korea. We
Pretty
saw
safe to say.
Perks saying that if they go 1-5 here, it's better than going 1-5 in Worlds. For example, like, there's huge, huge problems to work at. Talking about huge problems and huge things to happen, TSM, they had a huge comeback team fight thanks to Haunce's Gragas barrel. And this is brought to you by Acer. As he gets chunked down by the Lichbane fully stacked rower of Bjergsen. Ash Arrow called the Mimic. I think that was the ultimate of LeBlanc, is now Svenskeren. He's looking for Samax. Samax with the Feather Storm, forced to flash to safety. A great gnaw, buys enough time for Samax to escape. Haunce's barrel was better. Svenskeren gets the first kill, followed quickly by Double Lift. Bjergsen, another for Svenskeren. TSM, Ace, Unicorn.
Clean Ace and...
And what, Kobe?
No more Kobe.
What did you say?
Spoiler, TSM win!
Oh, we're just busy getting set up for the interview, and while we do, a lot to reflect on. A lot to reflect on. I was absolutely enthralled by the games. I was disappointed by the results, I'm not even going to lie. But, like I said, it just sets us up. The amount of hype and banter and
I mean, it can only go downhill from here for North America now. You know? they just peaked at Rift Rivals. Can they do it at Worlds? Who knows? If EU beats them there, suddenly turn it around.
What was Byrofrost saying? He can't remember the last time NA won something. And this is now it, bragging rights. NA versus EU. Kobe, what do you think?
I think things are looking great for North America.
I'm also North American now.
There we go.
There we go.
Well,
welcome home, buddy.
On that bombshell, TSM are the winners of Rift Rivals 2017. Let's check in with Dracos for a word of their jungler and mid laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Svenskeren and Bjergsen after a dominant 3-0 over the Unicorns of Love. So, Svenskeren, I'm going to ask you first, how does it feel to win that title both for North America and for TSM?
Definitely feels great because TSM usually doesn't do too hot internationally, so it feels great to do something good for TSM, I guess. And me personally, I used to always lose against UOL in back when I played in Europe, so it feels good to get back at them as well.
Kind of a similar case over there for you, Bjergsen. You played against them at so many different IEMs, haven't really been able to come out on top quite consistently. How does it feel to finally beat them in a best-of series here on an international stage?
I mean, of course, it feels really good, especially since they were the team that took the one game off of us in the best-of-ones. I don't even think I played very well this series, but overall, I think my team played really well, communicated well. They carried me pretty hard. I think they were definitely a formidable opponent.
Definitely some fans proud of the team, proud of your guys' performance. Definitely understandable. Surprisingly large amount of TSM fans in Europe, guys. I gotta say,
nice.
I understand why. I get it, but surprised to see so many here. Now, looking forward, Svenskeren, for you, I feel like there's been a lot of criticism levied at you, like the Lee Sin one-trick kind of commentary, but you played so many different champions. The Lee Sin, still clutch. The Kazakhs coming in, the Elise and the Gragas as well. Do you feel like you're kind of putting some of those rumors to rest?
Yeah, so it feels kind of bad being called a one-trick red because, I don't know, just tryharding in NA is like, yeah, I kind of need to try hard in NA where all the opponents are pretty tough, so playing my best champion.
Well, you don't need to try hard here.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, are you saying you do not need to try hard here in EU? Are you saying that easier opponents let you play?
No, maybe a little bit. But yeah, I don't know, it feels good to get some confidence back on other champions than Lee Sin, which we were able to pull up wins here at the Rift Rivals, so yeah, that feels good.
MS Rift Rivals, hey, close enough. Got there in the end. Now, Bjergsen, for you, looking forward, NA being confident against EU here like this, how does this affect you guys moving forward to other international competitions like Worlds? Do you feel like it's going to be even easier to make it out of groups knowing that you can take down these European teams?
I don't necessarily think it'll be easier because I think the EU teams just kind of got caught up in a certain meta, and I think that they're going to adapt a lot for Worlds. And I know that especially G2 is still going to look strong at Worlds. And the Asian region is just still looking pretty strong. So this doesn't give me any kind of overconfidence going into international events because we're going to be facing extremely strong teams going to Worlds if we make it there. And we have to play even better than we did at this tournament to get out of groups.
Well, speaking of, let's look a little bit forward. NA LCS, You guys have taken down Europe. Now NA stands in front of you, Svenskeren. Where is TSM going to finish this season once you guys return?
I mean, I don't want to sound cocky, but we're obviously aiming for #1, so.
Definitely where they want to be. That's where the fans want to see them as well. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time to talk to me. We're going to toss things over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, Drake, as well. Very interesting questions there. I'm going to ask a couple of those to my guests here as well, as I'm joined by Andrew Vedius Day and two of the Rift Rivals champions, Biofrost and Doublelift. That means we talked to almost everybody on the team, or we're going to talk to you guys. I just heard from your teammates, obviously, must be a great victory. But Biofrost, I want to go to you first. A first big victory for you also here at Rift Rivals with TSM. What does it mean to you to make it work in the end?
Well, it's my first ever win in a tournament other than NALCS, so it doesn't mean a lot. It's an international tournament, even though it's only against Europe. So it is good for TSM and I guess NA as a region as a whole, because I don't really remember the last time North America has won any international competition, so this is good.
Well, this is great. Obviously, Doublelift, same thing for you. You have got a ton of titles under your belt already, but this one, even though it is not an MSI or World Championship, it is international competition, and you guys aced the final.
Yeah, for sure. I think, for me personally, it means a lot because I'm coming back off a split where I didn't have a lot of confidence. You know, solo queue made me a shitty player. and then the other thing was, I feel like people, they think of me and they think of like that I choked at last year's Worlds and that I play badly at international competitions, where I don't really feel that way. And so I think this was like a really big statement tournament for me, that I can compete with like the highest level, even though it's just EU, like Biofrost said. So I feel really good, obviously.
Can we stop saying just EU?
I mean, the only competition here was EU.
I'm not sorry to say EU.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean.
Vedius,
it's just a bit of banter, of course. Like, I am just pulling this leg.
mean,
you are a respect. Like, you had no other opponents. EU were your only opposition in this tournament.
That's what he meant.
You guys have a funny analyst
I
desk,
think
by the way.
Vedius is
There's
a
no
bit...
desk.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
I think Vedius is just a bit upset that obviously EU did not do a lot in this tournament.
Like, NA is definitely greater than EU.
Yes.
Roman is going to have to turn his arrow around on his chest now, because TSM were able to break the curse and they were able to redeem their record against the Unicorns.
Definitely. And Doublelift, I just want to talk a bit more about your answer there, because you have spoken to your confidence level maybe not being on par in the beginning of summer, and there was this huge spotlight on TSM with you coming back. Well, Doublelift's back. Now, obviously, everything's going to go perfect. So are you happy that, you know, you're taking the steps in the right direction, obviously, with this result? Is that helping the idea that things are going well?
Yeah, the expectations on TSM are always extremely high. And then, you know, for me, there was this extra spotlight because I was coming back. And I don't know, the game is such a team game now that I can play champions like Ashe and, like, I can look really good as long as I hit arrows, which previously, like, that was really not the case. Like, AD carry is a lot more team-centric role right now. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I got carried pretty hard a lot of games by, like, Bjergsen and everyone on the team, honestly. Our team play was just insane.
I mean, your arrows were on point. Biofrost, your performance was also on point. How does that kind of reflect on you or influence you, the fact that this guy has to be the star and also carry a lot in that team as well with the rest, and you guys have to perform? Is that heavy on your shoulders as well?
I think having the stress of being able to perform at every match is really good. It can also be a double-edged sword, because if you don't manage stress well, then it can be really like a fast downhill where, you know, you lose one game and the community really hates you for it, and then you like just kind of tilt and you play a lot worse for the next couple of games. But if you can manage that and be able to receive community criticism in like a healthy manner, then it can be really beneficial as well. So I think it's both good and bad.
Yeah, I think you guys should read a lot of Reddit and Twitter now after these matches, because you absolutely deserve it. Vedius, we got to turn that around, obviously, for the European teams. This was an absolute wake-up call that you said, well, it's not really underperforming when your style just gets exposed, and obviously wasn't up to par. So where did they go from here?
Well, the European teams, I think, have come to realize that their strategies, their playstyles are not as effective if they want to try and succeed at international competition. And I think it's really important to identify that, like, the European teams came in exactly as expected. Like, their styles were exactly the same. The players performed at the level that we expected, and NA just really came in and were really a cut above. Like, I thought TSM was very impressive, Phoenix One were really impressive, and like they just completely demolished Europe. And I think that moving forward, like Europe just need to expand their styles. And I think the biggest thing is like getting a better understanding of how to build your early game
I'm going
leads.
to challenge you a bit on the every player coming in and playing as we expected, because we did, and you as well, had high hopes for a Caps if he would break or make it on this stage. We had players that had done well. So I feel like some of them really underperformed as well, because it's kind of easy to say, well, they all did bad, but what exactly went bad? Was it individual? Was it in lane that they got outplayed? Was it obviously the objective game?
Well, I think one of the first issues that European teams had, specifically for UOL and Fnatic, is they were very restricted in their champion pools. They were very limited, and I think the best example of that is the TSM versus Fnatic game, where the draft was pretty much perfect from the side of TSM, right? Like, I don't know if you guys knew exactly what they were going to pick every single time, but it felt like that they had an answer to everything. And the fact that Fnatic allowed the enemy team to have a champion like Caitlyn, like, that speaks to it. But also, with Caps specifically, I think one of the reasons why I didn't put him in my OP5 was simply because of experience. This was his first international event. This was the first time that he was going up against top-tier talent in the forms of Bjergsen, Jensen, and Ryu, who are all very experienced and talented individuals. So I think that he should come away with a valuable lesson in what it's like to play against other top teams in other regions, but also like how you just playing your style is not always going to be good enough.
If we look at all the teams that will lift on Biofrost, obviously we can say EU teams failed as a whole, but if you look at all three of them, which one do you see a lot of promise or can bounce back, or can they all bounce back, and what are the next steps you guys think?
I think they're all actually pretty good. Playing Eurus each team, I can definitely feel a certain style. I think Fnatic, their bot lane needs to play meta champs, and also with regards to Caps, I think you just didn't understand that it's a really heavy engaged meta, and you can't not run cleanse versus like heavy CC comps. You can't just basically pick bad summoners or pick bad champions. Like, if you're playing Orianna, there was one game where he was just like feeding, straight feeding. And it was like, he's playing Ori versus LeBlanc, and I think Gragas, and he just disrespected Jensen so many times. And as soon as you fall behind once mid lane, you're going to continuously fall behind unless your team gives you vision. So I think it was just like more of a game understanding thing than just saying like, oh, Caps was bad, or like Caps is bad, his playstyle isn't going to work. He probably just didn't know that that could happen to him. And then UOL is obviously pretty good. They're definitely better than I expected coming in. And then who's the last team?
G2.
Oh yeah, G2. I mean G2. You can always count on G2. I don't know. I think they're gonna make worlds. They're fine.
All right, Biofrost. On the topic of G2, obviously our three-time champions here in EU, who we were looking at so much. How do you think they can improve, and what do you think went wrong for them mainly here?
G2, I think for the most part, they have like pretty sporadic performances in the sense that, you know, sometimes they show up really well, and then that was at MSI, and then other times they kind of fall short. And I think we can rely on them to bounce back because they have like really strong players, and their fundamentals are really good. And if the meta is suited for them, or they have a really good understanding of that patch, they can be really, really strong.
Yeah, that's kind of my remark to that too, though, because we've talked to them obviously a couple of times, and a couple of weeks ago they said we don't have a good grasp on the meta yet, but in a couple of weeks, and then definitely in preparation for a tournament like this, it doesn't seem like it's something that you should be surprised by. So I don't really understand that. Do you guys have any pointers to why that could be?
I think part of that could be just like for the players, certain champion picks might not suit their playstyle, as well as like there's a certain type of playstyle that, you know, it might be around mid or it might be around bot lane, and some teams like G2 might not be very experienced with that, and that could be the reason. But being able to play like a variety of playstyles is important, I think.
Right.
But just to add to that, I think that communication is one of the big things that I see as an issue for G2 right now, simply because back when they were like extremely formidable and really terrifying was when Trick and Perks were like this unstoppable duo of like mid jungle, where we were playing a huge amount around our mid lane superstar, and we were getting a huge amount of investment into him. And when you look at a lot of the success from the North American teams, a lot of that is similar, right? Like Contracts and Jensen, the fact that Svenskeren invests time for Bjergsen, right? Like that kind of playstyle is effective because it nets you an early lead, and then all you have to do is have the experience to know how to close out the game. And I think the biggest issue for European teams right now is that here in Europe, we're too used to being too passive in the early game. We trade a few kills here and there, we have a few skirmishes, but the game really starts for us at about the 20-minute mark. Whereas I feel like the North American teams, they're so used to fighting more, and they're used to being more proactive because they have to be, that they suddenly get these big early leads, and the European teams struggle to find ways back.
Double for us, it was quite interesting to see, to look across all the teams. For instance, C9, not the best or a phenomenal early game team, but then here they did better. You guys had a phenomenal early game. You snowballed so cleanly. Is that kind of, you feel like, what tipped things over the edge for this tournament, that you guys know how to do that?
I think for me and Bio, we're super good in lane, and so we just try to use our lane advantage and matchup knowledge to snowball that into like more roams or better vision around bot. And then, you know, Brixton is the best mid in the West, so he's obviously going to win his lane. And Hanser, I mean, he usually, he either gets cheese level 1 and dies, or he'll win his lane. So I think, yeah, we have super strong laners, and that has very little to do with our team's playstyle, but we do try to play like smart, I think. And part of playing smart is knowing when to play aggressive. So when we get a lead, we try to turn that 1K gold lead into a 2K, and so on.
That was crazy. In the first game, you guys had an 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, which is insanity because every player was stepping up. We did have to pick a Rift Rivals MVP for the finals, at least, and that was Svenskeren, our finals MVP. It was a very difficult decision. I think that was your pick, but we had Azale and Jad having a Bifrost, a double lift in there as well. Obviously, Bjergsen and Hunter are always in the mix, but I can see how it...
It's really tough, right? But just in that final series in particular, I thought Svenskeren had the largest impact in being able to facilitate a lot of the early leads. Baron. The way in which he, I mean, like, he did almost give away a Baron, but he did also make up for it by getting the Baron as well. So I think that overall, like, he's had a really impactful tournament. He's been really impressive. And you heard him in the interview with Dracos where he said, like, for him, this was also a great opportunity for him to prove that he's not just a one-trick, right?
That's Double giggling about.
I mean, Sven never wins 50 spites, so when he got the Baron steal, I was just like, am I like awake right now? Like, somebody wake me up, please.
Oh, a bit trash talk even to the own teammate. In like the system that is TSM, we know that Sven had a bit of on-off performances the last couple of months. Is it important that he is absolutely on par to make everything kind of tick in the right way?
Yeah, I mean, jungle is definitely the spear of the team. You know, wherever the jungle goes, the team plays aggressively. And Dennis, I think he just needs like a lot of information from his lanes, just like every jungler does. And I don't know, we worked really hard together to play as a unit because we're not all going to have good games, and sometimes our jungler or one of our laners is going to fall behind. So we just try our best to, you know, just make sure we always play as a unit. Yeah, you guys seemed all on the same page. Bifrost also some great engages and disengages when UOL tried to engage. Did you feel like you had a big part in snowballing all these leads for TSM in this tournament?
Not really.
You're a really good Braum, dude. Like,
okay, thank you. I just think Braum is a really good champion to disengage. His kit just makes him really useful for that. So if I'm doing that, then that means I'm doing my job. I don't think of it as, you know, I'm outperforming or anything. It's just I'm doing what the champion's required to do.
Bio Daddy's just being humble, dude. This guy carries me so hard sometimes.
No.
We'll settle on that. I think you all had a really good series. So the big question is what's next? Because we talked about EU. Obviously, wake-up call in some sense, a good thing that they all had the wake-up call now. But Worlds is just around the corner. So if you turn this around for the NA side of things, the question is, you got to keep this going now because now the expectation is there and you know that you can win all these games. So how do you make sure that you don't fall off in the time between now and Worlds and finally get those results, Peter?
Well, when you play an international tournament, there's a lot of rubber banding. So when EU probably is going to play in the next few weeks, they're going to try to incorporate some new things that they learned from this that without this tournament they wouldn't be able to learn. And so I think they're going to catch up pretty quickly. It's not like EU is a bad region. And for NA, I think, especially for us, when we go to the next international tournament, we just want to make sure that we still put in that same level of, I guess, effort and determination to be the best. And hopefully we can, you know, even up our level one more time for Worlds.
I'm curious as to whether or not, do you feel that you as a team, especially given your dominance, would you take a huge amount away from this tournament? Do you think you've learned some things? Like, I know you played against some interesting champions like Warwick and the Hecarim. I'm not saying you're going to integrate them, but do you feel you've learned something you can bring to your own playstyle from this?
Me personally, yeah, for sure. Every tournament I play at, I think I take away a lot. And just the level of stress. If NALSys is like a 2 out of 10, this is like a 7 or an 8, and Worlds is obviously a 10. So I think this is great practice for us, and it's a great experience that other NA teams aren't going to be able to have. Yeah, Bifrost, anything you took away specifically?
I think playing against other bot lanes is really important because you get exposed to a lot of different play styles. You know, with Fnatic, they liked ganking bot a lot, and I think also the other bot lanes also had a really big focus around bot lane, and they're really good at executing ganks with their junglers. So we always had to be careful about, you know, when could they gank and where should we ward so that we know when the gank is coming. So I learned all of those things.
Besides of the victory, taking a lot back to NA with you guys, because I'm pretty curious to see what's going to happen now in NA. CLG is still the top-ranked team. IMT has had some really good showings. C9's been good. Phoenix 1 is all of a sudden top there. So how do you think that's going to evolve in her back? Are we going to see Phoenix 1, for instance, in the playoffs? What do you think of a contender of them now, Biofrost?
I think overall the NA teams look a lot better. I think after this tournament, you know, people are going to be like, okay, NA, you know, we're actually a good region. We're not as bad as everyone thinks. And with all the teams like P1, IMT, CLG, C9, everyone looks really strong and they all have their different play styles. So it's going to require every team to work so much harder to be able to do well in playoffs and contest for the championship.
Double
I think it's CLG, C9, TSM, top 3, easy.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
in that order.
Not in that order,
Yeah.
necessarily. Yeah, Svenskeren was saying, well, it's going to be TSM, but...
Obviously.
Well, we saw a bunch of interesting competition, a bunch of big plays, and with the dust settled after 4 days of games, it is time to take a look at those big plays. Brought to you by Acer. First up, TSM's mid laner, he pulled his weight this week, and at Sir Potato, he tweeted, Bjergsen is pretty decent at League of Legends.
Knock down the turret. Well, Bjergsen is covering here on the top side. How about they going to look for him right now, see if they can take him down. He's rooted and stopped up. Featherstorm, he pushes him back. An auto attack was all he needed, but Bjergsen turns it around.
Also fitting that it was TSM versus UOL, but that was a really nice one. And you wanted to highlight some other plays from Shinra, I believe,
yeah,
as well.
also the
Cassiopeia.
super tense moment between G2 and TSM where it was like 40, 50-minute game, and then he gets that clutch flash ultimate onto Perks, which effectively wins them the game too. Like, he had a lot of good plays this game. He is indeed a pretty good mid laner.
Nice you mention G2 also have... We had other teams in the tournament, although they didn't really get a lot of wins in the end, but they did get some big plays, and Fnatic's top laner is known for his great escapes and showed some magic as Jarvan versus Phoenix 1 at Benkos 1302 asked the perfect question, is it really SOAS without a clutch escape?
Low amount of damage, and the fact that they had the pressure in the bottom lane with which to make that gank happen.
Well, it feels like it's happening.
Oh, man.
Soaz a little bit late on the flash. The barrel comes out. Look at the misplay. Soaz, you beauty.
Yeah, even if Fnatic doesn't perform that well, Soaz is always doing these crazy things. He's been around for a really long time as well, so it's kind of impressive. Maybe as long as double lift almost.
Yeah, I think similar. Wait, yeah, he was playing Season 1, right?
Yeah, he was.
Same as me.
Yeah.
Is it really SOAS if he doesn't rage quit a game?
Oh! Moving on to the next one, the Unicorns of Love's visit. Chachi found success with his signature. Prehistoric Yordle turning around a huge fight versus Cloud9. Let's take a look.
Now they just run it down mid. Now they're looking to keep the action going. Vizichachi in trouble, could get picked off. Does go Mega, does try to turn this one back, uses the Gargoyle Stoneblade, buys a bit of time. That's the baited, outsmarted, Unicorns of Love.
That was close.
How about Chili is after that? Well, Chachi, obviously, he still had a good tournament, despite Unicorns of Love not doing much in the finals. I feel like you guys also really felt it and tried to shut him down a bit. What did you make of his performance during the finals?
He's pretty nuts. I mean, I think even Hotster was telling me that he thinks Vizichachi is the best EU top laner at this tournament by far. And yeah, I mean, that guy is super good. His Gnar is insane.
His Gnar is insane. Vedi, in the end, the Unicorns of Love, what can they take away? They have these big plays. They have growth that they can show through the group stage. Just an unfortunate final for them.
I just think that they need to adapt their draft pretty significantly. Like, the big thing for me is, like, Xerxes has been very well known for picking those scaling junglers, and I want to see him, like, try and invest stuff into Exile. Let's see what happens if you can snowball this mid lane, who I do think has talent. It's just very much right now that it's a lot more focused on, like, the top lane and the bot side of the map.
That it is. Not a lot of days, though, for our teams to recoup. For you guys, neither. It's back to NA and back to the NA and EU LCS, because we return next week already when we start with the second half of the summer split, or continue. Be sure to follow us there as the teams continue their march down the road to Worlds. I can almost not read it. We have Rocka versus H2K, NIP versus Vitality, and CLG versus FlyQuest, and IMT versus Fox. So you guys at least get a little time to get back into the habit. Do you think it's going to affect you a lot, the fact that you have to fly back now and just keep going, actually, show that you're the best?
Yeah, traveling's not super fun. I just hope we don't lose randomly, like go 0-2. That would be like a really anticlimactic end to this win. But
it would be forgiven. to you guys.
Yeah, exactly. We got an excuse now.
And Phoenix
Let's
once
go.
said that on the flight here is where they felt like they really leveled up. So maybe ask them, you know, what happened exactly and how you guys can just use the time to...
Maybe they were just watching like the same movie on the plane or something.
Yeah, maybe they're completely in sync. Well, thank you guys very much for joining us. Congratulations. Fantastic victory for TSM. Thank you, Vetti, as well, for joining me as always. And thank you guys for watching. That will do it from us here at Rift Rivals 2017. We will be back for more LCS action next week. Have a great night.
North America is leading the fan vote at the moment, and they're leading the expectation as we load up for Rift Rivals Finals.
Top side and a lot of praise to TSM in the early vision.
All right, Rune Prison comes out. Trigger Seed flashed away from. Not done yet. Bjergsen gives up first blood to Exile. Now Svenskeren gets the first. Shuts down Hylissang. That's a double. Looking for the triple as Samus uses the Featherstorm for time. Exile tastes their fear. Xerxes runs for his life. TSM diving under the tower. Ace the Unicorns. Finds Samus. Devour buys a few seconds of time for Vizicachi to arrive. First blood is available, picked up by Svenskeren. Hornser rather makes it a double kill. The attack in the distance not enough. Exile's on a rampage. He hits Bio with a big one. Death sentence comes out, but there's no tower to run to.
No. Stole the base. Oh my god. Holy. Dragon's in a minute.
He goes in. Steals it. Team Solo Mid. Steal the Baron. Oh my god. Got a package. Gonna need that one to escape.
Oh, wrong way.
Does it the opposite direction.
Wait, I clicked on... Oh my god, maybe I clicked on the map.
Team Solo Mid go 2-0 up in the Rift Rivals Finals. Engage goes in, Biofrost is caught out, flashes may be needed, already used, somebody heal! First blood picked up by Hylissang.
Let's play for Herald top side.
Oh, they're on me top.
Holy shit. I'm running.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Another flash use, so it's Biofrost and double lift the Gnaw backwards into the Blade Caller route. It's a kill for Exile. A great Gnaw buys enough time for Samus to escape. Hornser's barrel was better. Svenskeren gets the first kill, followed quickly by double lift. Bjergsen, another for Svenskeren. TSM, Ace, Unicorns. This time round, they trade mid laner for support. Bjergsen stays alive, gets away. TSM are winning this fight. This day, your Rift Rival champions, TSM declare NA greater than EU.